rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
Senator Angara. Sani, wala. Siya maglilid ng prayer. The 66th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by a distinguished colleague from the province of Aurora, no other than Senator Sani Angara.
Panginoon, marami pong salamat sa panibagong araw na ito at sana po'y inyong pagpalain ng bawat isa sa amin na narito ngayon, ang ating mga kapwa-senador. Gayon din ang mga kababayan natin sa loob at labas ng bulwagang ito. Lord, sa mga nakalipas na araw, kami po ay naharap at patuloy na haharap sa malalaking hamon ng legislation. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat na kami ay patuloy ninyong binibigyan ng lakas at dagdag na karunungan upang maayos na talakayin ang mga pambansang usapin, gayon din ang paglikha ng mga batas para sa kapakanan ng sambayanan at ng buong bansa. Ngayon pong araw na ito, Lord, ang huling araw ng aming sesyon, puspusin nawa ninyo ang paggabay at pagpapala ng aming mga talakayan upang makapagpasa pa ng mahalagang panukala. With you amidst us, Lord, we know that even in the face of tight deadlines, we can rely on your guidance and lean on your wisdom to make the most critical decisions. Lead us, O Lord, to what is most beneficial for our countrymen. Ito po ang panalangin namin sa inyo, Panginoon, sa ngalan ng inyong anak na si Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Session suspended for 1 minute. please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, and Senate President Zubiri.
Present. With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Before we proceed, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery? Guests of Senator Tolentino in this representation, Mayor Edel Abaday, Vice Mayor Luis Favorito, and local officials of Taysan, Batangas. Guests of Senator Tolentino, Mayor Josefino Angeles of Santa Rosa, Nueva Ecija, Board Member Moritz Sison of General Trias, Cavite. Guests of the Senate, Vice Mayor Agapito Dominguez Jr. and local officials of Alfonso Lista Ifugao. Guests of Senator Alan Cayetano, local officials of Bawan, Batangas. Guests of Senator Poe from Zamboanga City, Vino Gingona, Sharif Alsri, Attorney Ray Lim. Guests of Senator Go and the Senate, Mr. Carl Balita is also here. We welcome him and the rest of our guests in this August chamber.
Welcome to your Senate. To all the guests that are here today, mabuhay po kayo. Welcome.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 64th Session, Monday, March 18, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 65th Session, Tuesday, March 19, at a later hour. So moved, Mr.
There being no
President.
objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we have Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Message of the President of the Philippines, letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. dated March 19, 2024, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 2593 entitled An Act Revising Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and for other purposes.
Committee on Rules.
Bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2622, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Local Planning and Development Coordinators, introduced by Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Local Government and Civil Service.
Senate Bill number 2623, or an act strengthening the legal staff of the Department of Justice, renaming it as the Office of the Chief State Counsel, redefining, expanding, rationalizing, and further professionalizing its organization, and appropriating funds therefore, by Senator Angara.
To the Committees on Justice, Human Rights, Civil Service, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2624, entitled An Act Amending Sections 3, 4, and 6 of Republic Act number 9006, also known as the Fair Elections Act, to include static and LED billboards and other outdoor advertising media as lawful election propaganda, by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Electoral Reforms.
Resolutions. PS Resolution number 977, entitled Resolution Directing the Appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged human trafficking, serious illegal detention, and physical abuse and torture in the premises of an internet gaming licensee of PAGCOR Interlac, with an end in view of crafting a legislation or policy recommendation as may be necessary, by Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, Public Order.
PS Resolution number 978, entitled Resolution Urging the Senate Committee on Ways and Means to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the recurring delay in the granting of value-added tax refund by the Bureau of Internal Revenue, by Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Committee report. Committee report number 246 by the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Finance on Senate Bill number 2625 with Senator Villarci as author thereof, entitled An Act to Develop the Philippine Corn Industry, Enhance the Availability and Affordability of Quality Feeds and Staple Food, and Provide for a Corn Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill number 120, sponsored by Senator Villarci.
To the Committee on Calendar for Ordinary Business.
Additional reference of business. Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on March 4, 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 9277 entitled an Act amending sections 22, 24, 25, 121, 127, 184, 185, and 190 of Republic Act 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 9859 entitled an Act providing for free professional examinations to qualified indigents.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, and Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
House Bill number 9869 entitled an Act granting Philippine citizenship to Bulis Shemishu Ashurian.
Referred to Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
House Bill number 9870 entitled an Act mandating the allocation of an area for information and communication technology infrastructure and facilities in subdivisions and housing development projects.
Referred to Committees on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, and Science and Technology.
House Bill number 9874 entitled an Act fixing the share of the local government unit hosting gaming operations licensed or operated by the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation and the proceeds of the franchise tax, further amending Section 12 of PD 1869 as amended.
Referred to Committees on Games and Amusement, Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, and Ways and Means.
House Bill number 9875 entitled an Act mandating employers to provide a personal finance education program, amending for the purpose PD 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
Referred to Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development.
House Bill number 9876, an Act governing civil liability and compensation claims for nuclear damage, repealing for the purpose certain sections of RA 5207, otherwise known as Atomic Energy Regulatory and Liability Act of 1968 as amended.
Referred to Committees on Science and Technology, Energy, and Finance.
House Bill number 9771 entitled an Act declaring April 25 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Isabela, Basilan in commemoration of its Charter Day anniversary to be known as Araw ng Isabela di Basilan, Araw ng Sakayan.
Referred to Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 9904 entitled an Act merging and renaming certain barangays in the city of Bacoor, Cavite, further amending for the purpose Section 10B of Republic Act 10160, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Bacoor.
Referred to Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
House Bill number 9907 entitled an Act constituting the City of San Pedro, Laguna as the lone legislative district of the City of San Pedro.
Referred to Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
House Bill number 9890 entitled an Act establishing a national high school in Barangay Surop, Municipality of Governor Generoso, Province of Davao Oriental, to be known as the Surop National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Bill number 9891 entitled an Act establishing a national high school in Barangay Tiblawan, Municipality of Governor Generoso, Province of Davao Oriental, to be known as the Tiblawan National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Bill number 9925 entitled an Act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Murcia, Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education and Finance.
And House Bill number 9926 entitled an Act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority District Office in the City of Davao and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education and Finance.
Second additional reference of business. Messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on March 12, 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 9988 entitled an Act establishing a regular campus of the Don Honorio Ventura State University in San Fernando, Pampanga, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education and Finance.
House Bill number 9989 entitled an Act strengthening the Don Honorio Ventura State University by renaming it as the Pampanga State University, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House Bill number 10015 entitled An Act Declaring Certain Parcels of Land Occupied by Educational Institutions Within the Welfareville Property located in Mandaluyong City as exempt from any sale or disposition, amending for the purpose RA 5260 entitled An Act Authorizing a Committee composed of the Administrator of the Social Welfare Administration, the Auditor General, and the Secretary of the Department of General Services to sell the Welfareville property located in the Municipality of Mandaluyong, Province of Rizal, and for other purposes.
Referred to Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on March 12, 2024, it designated Representatives Flores at Sharon, Salceda, Solon, and Dagoc as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill 6658 and Senate Bill number 2386, both entitled An Act Instituting Reforms in Real Property Valuation Assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance and appropriating funds therefor.
Referred to Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on March 12, 2024, it designated Representatives Arenas, Tupas, Rodriguez, Gonzales II, Tanuatco III, Benitez, Dagoc, and Gutierrez as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 7819, Senate Bill number 2492, both entitled An Act Declaring the Maritime Zones under the Jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines.
To the Archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on March 18, 2024, designated Representative Acharon, Vice Representative Ferrer as conferee to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9284 entitled An Act Declaring Large-Scale Agri-Fishery Commodities and Tobacco Smuggling, Hoarding, Profiteering, Cartelizing, and other acts of market abuse as economic sabotage, amending for the purpose RA 10845, otherwise known as the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016. House Bill number 3917 entitled An Act Amending Sections 3 and 4 of Republic Act number 10845, otherwise known as the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016 and for other purposes, and Senate Bill number 2432 entitled An Act Defining the Crimes of Agricultural Economic Sabotage, prescribing penalties therefor, vesting jurisdiction over such offenses with the Court of Tax Appeals, providing mechanisms for its implementation and enforcement, repealing for the purpose Republic Act 10845 or the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016.
Referred to Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Villar? Yeah, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204. This is the Bill on Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, or AFASA. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellations and debate. Yesterday, the minority leader finished his interpellation with regard to this measure. I move that we resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. The sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, is now recognized, and our...
Yes, Mr. President. I was told by Senator Alan Cayetano that he will no longer ask any questions without prejudice to raising some issues in the period of amendments. And so with that, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2560. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Ask for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Madam President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 86, 239, 240, 87, 88, 89, 241, 90, 242, 243, and 244. These are the bills on protected areas. I so move, Madam President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam President. With the consent of the body, I move that we consider Senate Bill numbers 2252, 2614, 2615, 1536, 1691, 1725, 2616, 355, 2617, 2618, and 2619. So move, Madam President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
May we
With
ask the Secretary
permission
to
of
read the
body-
title of the measure, Mr. President?
With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
Senate Bill number 2252, Pawai Lake Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill 2614, Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 2615, Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 1536, Expanded Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland of 2022. Senate Bill number 1691, San Francisco Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 1725, Alibihaban Protected Landscape and Seascape Act. Senate Bill number 2616, Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 355, Tacloang and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park Act. Senate Bill number 2617, Panaon Island Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 2618, Mount Gutom Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 2619, Sultan Naga de Maporo Protected Landscape and Seascape Act.
Thank you, Madam President. At this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Senator Cynthia Villar, Chairman of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As your chairperson of the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, I am pleased to sponsor today the 11 bills declaring ecologically vital areas in the Philippines as additional protected areas under our existing National Integrated Protected Area System as amended. At the time when we are finally taking notice of our protected areas as a part of our heritage, and there is substantial clamor for more effective protection, as we have seen recently for the Chocolate Hills National Monument, I take this opportunity to affirm my commitment to the country's protected area system. Prior to the enactment of Republic Act number 7586, known as the National Integrated Protected Area System of 1992 or the NIPAS Act, we had multiple declared national parks whose protection were basically just on paper. NIPAS rationalized this by establishing management boards, funding mechanism, recognizing ancestral domain owners, and according rights to long-term migrant communities whose incomes are derived only from the protected areas. 13 ecologically important areas were established through individual legislation, while the rest continued to be managed as initial components of the system. It was in the 17th Congress when I was installed chairperson of the Senate Environment Committee when I worked on the passage of Republic Act number 11038, known as the Expanded National Integrated Protected Area System of 2018, or the E-NIPAS Act, revised the original based on the experiences of nearly 2 decades and included the legislation of 94 more protected areas. And during the previous 18th Congress, we were able to pass into the law 7 legislative measures declaring 7 individual sites as protected areas under the mantle of the E-NIPAS Act. This brought the country to a total legislated protected areas to 114, or a total area of 4.4 million hectares. Upon enactment, these laws automatically shifted the lands of the public domain to the classification of national park, no longer subject to private titling under the Public Land Act. Since the controversy surrounding the Chocolate Hills came to light, allow me to take this opportunity to clarify that protected areas are not forfeitures or confiscation of existing private title. When we legislate, titled lands inside the boundaries remain titled. However, the activities of title holders inside protected areas are already constrained by the rules of the system and the management plan of each specific area. The development of such land requires rigorous checking by the Protected Area Management Office and to see to it that it enhances the protected area's assets and support the objective of the management plan. There would be Protected Area Management Board or PAMBIS that will give clearance if these standards are not met. Those exceptions are not the rule and do not warrant a harsh judgment on the entire system. What it does call for a review of the PM Protected Area Management operations and the clearance process across the board, and a warning to PAMBIS, possibly even revamps when these wrong decisions are frequent. It also calls for better and more strategic enforcement by the DNR and its regional and management offices. In a handful of protected areas with a lot of private lands, they have barely scratched the surface. They are lacking in enforcement of the law against illegal structures in public lands, so expecting enforcement in titled land is even more challenging. If the restrictions are so tight that they constitute a taking of private property for public use, and it is warranted, for example, to save the nesting tree of an endangered species on a private land, there are two options. We can exercise the power of eminent domain, or if the private landowners proves to be more capacitated than government to enhance this asset by protecting the nest and establishing habitat-sensitive facilities, then government can engage them to do its work. Having given this clarification, I hope we can pull together to pass the following bills to protect the specific sites indicated. For Region 1, it's SB 2252 under Committee Report Number 86, referring to the Pawai Lake Protected Landscape in the province of Ilocos Norte as an important migratory bird stopover whose ecosystem caters better to certain birds, notably cormorants. In Region 3, SB 2614 under Committee Report 239, referring to the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape in Aurora Province, which serves as the middle corridor critical in conserving the entire Sierra Madre range, so important for the entire Luzon Islands biodiversity and protection against extreme weather events. And number 3, SB 2203 under Committee Report Number 240, referring to Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape in Tarlac Province. In the National Capital Region, SBN 1536 under Committee Report Number 87, referring to the expanded Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park in the cities of Las Piñas and Parañaque, which will ensure protected area integrity by the inclusion of the marine habitat deemed absolutely necessary to deliver the required biodiversity objectives of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, including the national management of its mangroves, the rational management of its mangroves and mudflats, and as a critical stopover for migratory birds. In Region 4A, SBN 1691 under Committee Report Number 88, referring to the San Francisco Protected Landscape, and SBN 1725 under Committee Report Number 89, referring to the Alibihaban Protected Landscape, both in Quezon Province, featuring the unique biodiversity of the province. In Region 5, SB 2616 under Committee Report 241 referring to the Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape in Albay Province for serving as a critical watershed as well as a sharp-topped inactive volcano in the Bicol River Basin to conserve endemics throughout the basin. In Region 6, SBN 355 under Committee Report number 90 referring to Tacloban and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park in Guimaras Province, which serves as the representative of small archipelagos with endemics that speciate in isolated and semi-isolated habitats. In Region 8, SB 2617 under Committee Report number 242 referring to Panaon Island Protected Seascape in southern Leyte Province, which is among the 50 reefs globally named for resilience from climate threats, and its protection will ensure its 50% hard coral cover and high marine biodiversity, including whale sharks, can be managed. In Region 9, SB 2618 under Committee Report 243 referring to the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape Act in Zamboanga del Norte for its dipterocarp forest and mossy and pine forest at its summit that hosts multiple threatened species of flora. And the last one is in Region 10, SB 2619, under the Committee Report 244, referring to the Sultan Naga Dimaporo Protected Landscape and Seascape in Lanao del Norte, which is an important model site representative for managing limnology and marine biodiversity, specifically microbenthic fauna, along with socio-cultural studies and their interaction with what is halal. It is of paramount importance that we do better in our protected area system for our own good. The resilience of our habitat, climate mitigation, the continued existence of our iconic and endemic species, and the ecosystem services that protected areas provide. On top of this, we have international commitment of the Philippine government under Ramsar Convention, the World Heritage Convention, the Convention on Migratory Species, and the ASEAN Agreement on Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, among others. In 2022, the Convention on Biological Diversity Conference of Parties issued the Canning Montreal Global Framework on Biodiversity Target 3, of which is to ensure and enable that by 2030, at least 30% of terrestrial, inland water, and of coastal and marine areas, especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services, are effectively conserved and managed through ecologically representative, well-connected, and equitably governed systems of protected area. Our country stands at the verge of this target. With a small land area, we host an enviable number of species that evolve right here in our archipelago and can be found nowhere else. It is therefore our patriotic as well as global duty to ensure that we take all the steps necessary to fulfill these commitments. The provision of these bills are in line with the INAIPAS Act of 2018, but are site-specific. We hope that our colleagues will enrich our discussion during the period of interpellation and may introduce amendments in case any specific provision are still necessary to protect each of these unique habitat will come to light. With this, Mr. President and dear colleagues, I hope that the proposed legislation be unanimously considered and approved by this august chamber. Isang makalikasang hapon sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat to our sponsor and the chairman of our Environment Committee, I would like to be associated with the permission of the sponsor. I have a co-sponsorship speech. May I request the Majority Leader to have it inserted into the record? And as the good sponsor knows, in the first INI-PAS omnibus, we had 94 protected areas in different parts of the country, both marine and terrestrial and wetlands as well. And I was happy to principally author that, and the good sponsor, as the chair of the committee, sponsored it as well. And with the present protected areas, may this representation be made co-author and co-sponsor as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Do I
Madam
hear
President.
an affirmative message? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
We are privileged to have you as co-author of
Thank
the
you very much.
bills.
And just a query from Mr. Majority Leader, how many more protected areas are pending with the executive, with the DNR, that have not yet been sponsored for various reasons? Just so that we know, because we know that there's been a long delay of transmittal from the executive to the Senate.
There are still 121 initial components that haven't been
Oh.
proclaimed as protected area by legislation.
Yes, understood. Thank you for bringing that into the record, because the more than 100 which have initial components and need to be protected have long been crying out for protection for decades. And it is only in the past few years that we have allowed the omnibus sponsorship. So thank you to the sponsor for that, and we will help you to ensure that these are all sponsored when we return to session on April 29 onwards, with the permission of the sponsor.
Yeah, I just want to make a manifestation that there are 121 that has not been legislated, and there are new 13 presidential proclamation for additional 13. So it's 134.
134. And just to be clear, these are from way back 20 years ago. It was the 13, then we did the 94, which you sponsored and I authored. Then after that, we have piecemeal, small omnibus, and the 121 plus the 13 will be forthcoming on April 29 onwards. Thank you very much, Senator Villar, Majority Leader.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, our distinguished colleague from the great province of Bohol and Davao region, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Madam President.
We recognize the senator from Davao and Bohol, and perhaps after he has made his statement, we would like to hear his message about the pending issue that cries out for help on the Chocolate Hills issue. But thank you. Proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam President. You are putting me in a spotlight. But anyway, with the permission of the good sponsor, may this representation be made as an omnibus co-author of these bills under consideration, and my sponsorship speech be inserted into the records of the Senate.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Madam
much,
President.
our senator from Mindanao, and it is our privilege to have you as co-author.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam President, are you satisfied with the gentleman from Bohol's statement with regard to your query? Madam
Please
President.
proceed. Please
So,
proceed.
it's okay.
Mr. Chocolate Hills.
Thank you.
Yes.
But perhaps
I see the similarity, yes.
Yeah, Madam President, Madam President, I just love to eat chocolates, but I don't
Chocolate
destroy
Hill
chocolate
only.
hills. I want to preserve the chocolate hills. I only
Very
want
good.
to eat chocolate.
Very
there's
good.
just one chocolate hill that is affected, Madam President. In fact, they were saying the owners were surprised one day when they woke up that there are chocolate hills around them. So that's the
Thank you very
reasoning.
much to the gentleman from Davao and Bohol for co-sponsoring and giving your support to the sponsor, chair of the Environment Committee, and thank you for joining the clamor to protect our already legislated protected areas as well. Yes, we take note of the manifestation of the Majority Leader, which clearly is unthinkable and totally unbelievable.
Unbelievable,
Yes,
yes.
but that is will be taken up in another forum. Thank you.
For sure, Madam President, that's a serious matter, and there's an overwhelming clamor from this August chamber to look into it and ensure that heads will roll, Madam President. Madam President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned Senate bills. I so move, Madam President.
So the
Suspend.
sponsorship is therefore suspended for
Thank you.
future consideration.
Thank you. Madam President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2555 under Committee Report number 191. This is the bill amending the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. I so move, Madam President.
Yes, so we once again consider the Motorcycle Act and put it on the floor.
Thank you, Madam
Who is
President.
who is a sponsor?
Madam President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III.
We recognize Senator Francis Tolentino, and the minority leader will interpolate on the said measure.
We are ready, Madam President.
Please proceed.
Ask for a minute suspension, Madam President.
Session suspended.
Madam President, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, I just saw former Congressman Miles Roses, who is in the gallery. We just wanted to acknowledge his presence in this August chamber. With that, Madam President, I move for the previous motion to recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to interpolate our Minority Leader. So move.
They recognize Senator Tolentino, Minority Leader Senator Pimentel. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is just a resumption of our interpellation. I think yesterday, Madam President, we were discussing the dimensions of the license plate of our motorcycles. At any rate, fixed na po yun, ano? Yung 235 mm and 135 mm metal plate.
Correct, Mr. President.
And we have been informed that this is of European, if not international or worldwide standard.
Complies with European standard, Mr. President.
So this is, our sponsor is showing us a new illustration, Madam President.
Mr. President,
What is that, Madam President?
I have this is an enlarged version. This is not the actual, I have the actual plates here.
Actual.
I have the iwan mo lang yung easel board due to chamber demand. So, Mr. President, this is the actual plate. This is the actual plate, the real plate. And then what was referred to yesterday by the good minority leader is a temporary plate, this size, with the several alphanumeric numbers. It started 2017, so this is just a temporary. And then for aesthetics, Mr. President, this is the original plate used since the 80s.
Babaguhin na.
Yeah, so when we were still students, we saw a lot of this version. And then, Mr. President, in other regions, you have color coding. This is for Region 7, Mr. President, Cebu. And then this is supposed to be the doble placa version. Ito po 'yon na hindi na tuloy the old series for Region 1 which should have been produced during the pandemic days. So hindi na po ito natuloy, Mr. President. And then, Mr. President, I have here the plate before the doble placa law was enacted. Ito po yung nakita natin na magulo kahapon na lumabas sa tarpaulin na magkapatong kasi. Kaya naguluhan tayo, Mr. President. So, the NCR series for the National Capital Region is different. Ito lang po yun. The NCR series started in 2019. And you have the alternate, you have 3 letters as well as 3 numbers here. So this is for NCR, Mr. President. And the total backlog, again, to reiterate, would be 10,448,288 pieces, Mr. President, as we speak today.
Sige, basta, Mr. President, what is important is that there is going to be a system which has some logic in it and which will not leave us all in confusion, Mr. President. So may color coding na per region, but the NCR walang color code, and then special ang kanyang numbers, ang entries. Special po sa NCR.
It's the same, Mr. President. It's the same.
How come why not just color code NCR just like the rest of the regions, Mr. President?
I think it's the call of the LTO on why and how they they would, oh, the color I was told is that it should be white.
Okay.
So since the plate itself is white, there is no need to place additional white stickers, Mr. President.
So white on white, Mr.
Yes.
President. So that's a very brilliant idea, Mr. President.
Never came from me, Mr. President. Was not my idea. We have some, the visuals came from the Land Transportation Office, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes, we appreciate the brilliance in the proposal, Mr. President. So yung doble plaka na sample po na binigay, never po natin nakita yan because the law was suspended. Tama po?
You're correct, Mr.
Okay,
President.
sige po. What would be the difference? Yung sa doble plaka, and then dito po sa plakang pinakita, which will be the result of this bill, Mr. President?
We will have just one plate at the rear, and then
Yes,
in front,
talking about the plate, what would be the difference now?
it will be the same.
The same.
It will be the same.
Except that the color, I think the color in the doble plaka was in the upper portion, Mr. President.
It's
Yes, tama. Yung color, orange sa taas.
that was the old series. That was the old series, but the
That is the new.
yes, this is the new
That is
one.
what the sponsor is showing us is the new.
Yes.
Is the planned.
Alphanumeric series color coded. This is now for distribution, Mr. President, even before we attempted to amend the law. So, Mr. President, just for the record, the Cordillera will have pink color, Region 1 will have green, Region 2 red, Region 3 blue, 4A purple, 4B orange, 5 Region 5 gray, and then Region 6 purple, Region 7 orange. They ran out of colors. Apparently, Mr. President, Region 8 is green, Region 9 is red, Region 10 is gray, Region 11 is blue, Region 12 is brown. Region 12 is brown, and Caraga is pink, and NCR is white, Mr. President. Just for the record.
Okay po. So, so yung regional distinction would be independent of the plates. So, parang stickers po ito. So, meron na naman additional action. Hindi nila in-incorporate na lang sa mismong identifier, the
No.
license number. Hindi nila in-incorporate yung region doon. So,
No, Mr. President, these are not stickers. Apparently, this is part of the plate itself. I've been trying to peel it off.
I think that is a second, there's an additional action needed, Mr. President. Can we confirm with the LTO? When they produce the plate, they need a second action to affix the sticker, Mr. President. It will be in a high-tech manner.
This will be part of the production chain. Once, for instance, Region 7, this is orange. Once it comes out of the plant, the machine, it will have the color of orange. So this is not peelable. You cannot. Kasama na po doon. Kasama na po.
Sige po, it's ink. It's ink. The supply needed for the color coding is ink, just as the ink is needed for the number.
Correct,
The
Mr.
alphanumeric,
President.
same.
Correct.
Okay,
And the sidings, Mr. President.
Yes.
The border lines, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so
And there is
yung-
a QR code, Mr. President.
Saan?
There is a QR code.
Okay, what will the QR code reveal, Mr. President?
The
Hindi naman pala. QR code na pala. Bakit ka na pa RFID? Tapos RFID.
Mr. President, apparently the QR code is an indelible mark, perceptible just to the Land Transportation Office for purposes of identification and to determine whether this is a fake license plate or not. So this is not your QR code that can easily be opened. So it is just accessible to the Land Transportation Office for purposes of determining whether this is a valid plate or this is a fake plate, Mr. President. The records will show, Mr. President, I can show it to the good minority leader.
Senator Estrada, Mr.
Mr.
President wants
with
to
the
interject
indulgence
something.
of the minority leader.
Yes,
If I
Senator
may.
Estrada is recognized.
Mr. President, may I know
Evening,
the
Mr. President.
size of the plates if this bill will be enacted into law?
Mr. President, the size of the plate would be similar to the we have it here in millimeter. So
Don't you have the, ano?
ito. Para maliwanag, inches. So it is 5.31 inches by 9.25. Hindi po ito kasali. Tinatang lang yan. Ito. This is a sample.
Before the enactment of the doble placa law, Mr. President, the plate numbers of the motorcycles are much smaller than this existing plate numbers. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Correct, Mr. President. As I have shown before, this is the real,
Yes. Original.
circa 1980s, and then prior to the adoption of the doble placa law, this was the expanded version introduced by the Land Transportation Office early 20s, Mr. President. So malaki ng konti.
Okay, don't you think that these much bigger plate numbers will pose a danger to those riding motorcycles, Mr. President?
Mr. President, your brother, the acting presiding officer, explained this yesterday, that the danger would be posed if the plate itself would be installed in the front in terms of aerodynamics and the possibility of the plate being disentangled from the bolt that might pose as a flying object and can cause harm to a passerby or even the driver itself. But if it is installed at the back, and as this representation explained yesterday, I don't think it will pose any danger. And there are jurisdictions, even in Europe, wherein even four-wheeled vehicles, they have only one plate number at the back, and even in several states in the United States.
Yes,
Mr. President.
I agree with you because I am also against the previous law that was passed by Congress, itong doble placa law. But I was not yet here in the Senate when that law was passed. May I know, Mr. President, are these plate numbers sufficient enough o meron ba kayong mga backlog sa mga motorcycles? Do you have any backlog?
Meron po, Mr. President, as explained yesterday, the backlog now is, if I can have the other slide, the big slide here.
Just for the record, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the actual backlog here now, including four-wheel vehicles, we're changing this now. The actual backlog, Mr. President, is 12,548,909 pieces. And for motorcycles, it would be 448,288 pieces, Mr. President. So, but as of February 15, we have a March data. This is bigger now. This is now, it has ballooned to, as of March 7, 2024, I'm sorry, it has been reduced by several pieces. It is now 9,060,000 pieces, yes. Ang kulang po, ang kulang. Ang backlog, as of March
So-
7, 2024.
Is my understanding correct, Mr. President, if there is a backlog of 3 million pieces, ibig sabihin 9 million motorcycles ang walang plaka? Am I correct?
Can you repeat that, Your Honor? If there is a backlog of...
If there is a backlog of 9 million
Yes.
pieces, tama ba?
For motorcycles.
Yes.
We're referring to motorcycles. So, motorcycles po, 9 million motorcycles po yun.
Ang walang plaka.
Opo.
That's a huge number, Mr. President. That is prone to...
Actually, yesterday, we divided it by 2. So ano po ba talaga?
I'm now
Is it
being corrected,
yes.
as I was corrected by the LTO. It represents the actual count
Actual.
of vehicles because sa harap, ang nakalagay lang po ay Decal. Opo.
So, siguro naman yung Decal, wala namang backlog yun. Madali naman yun, parang sticker lang yun.
The Decal would be a mirror image of the actual plate. So kung wala yung actual plate, wala yung Decal kasi ang production po
Okay.
nun, one is
So wala pa
one
kayo
is to
sample
one.
ng Decal dyan? You don't have any sample?
Wala. They forgot to, I'm sorry Mr. President, walang sample ng Decal, but the Decal would also show the actual number of the plate supposed to be installed at the back. So if you don't have the rear plate, most probably they don't have the Decal, which is just a duplicate number of the rear plate.
So for the record, Mr. President, 9 million pieces yung backlog, 9 million motorcycles ang walang plate number.
9 million,
Just round it off, Mr.
to
President.
be exact, 9,060,391 as of March 7, 2024, Mr. President.
The motor vehicles, Mr. President?
For motor vehicles, as of August 31, 3,598,066 pieces. 3
So-
million.
3,500,000
3,598,066
pieces.
pieces.
Dalawa yun, plate number ng kotse.
Dalawa po. So ngayon, as of February 15, ano na lang po siya? 3 million, as of March 7, 3,393,542.
Pieces.
Divided by 2.
So divide by 2, approximately 1.8 million.
Yes, ito po yung mga kotse, ito po yung mga vans, ito po yung mga
Yeah,
AUV, ito rin
so
yung mga truck.
kotse, yeah, meaning yung mga motor vehicles, yung mga trucks, yung mga kotse, ordinary kotse.
Correct,
1.8 million ang walang plaka.
Correct, Mr. We rounded it off. You rounded it off.
Mr. President, itong mga backlog ng mga plate number, this has been a problem since during the time of the late President Aquino. How come this hasn't been resolved by the Land Transportation Authority? Lumagpas na yung panahon ni President Duterte, na kay President Marcos na tayo. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa nare-resolve itong mga backlog ng mga plate numbers, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
And this is a matter of concern,
yes.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, just like the good gentleman from San Juan, I am also confused and I am also bewildered by this apparent non-production of plates. And Mr. President, my notes here would show that the Land Transportation Office, they have been trying to increase their plant capacity to produce 28,000 plates a day. And they will try to have a robot machine, 2 robot machines, 2 weeks from now. I don't know what the robot machine would mean, Mr. President. Perhaps it's an automated machine without human intervention, and they would want to build up plant capacity. These are aspirational, Mr. President. So they want to increase their production from 28,000 to 38,000 plates per day, and they want to finish the backlog. The backlog will be finished by the third quarter of 2025. Kung wala na pong bibili ng bagong kotse.
Imposible mo lang
Kung
bibili
wala
ng
nang
bagong
bibili ng
kotse.
bagong kotse. Ngayon kung may mga bagong kotseng na-produce, madadagdagan uli yun. So it is a moving target, Mr. President. we cannot.
So Mr. President, their timetable, the LTO's timetable, with regard to the backlog cases, will be on third quarter of 2025, next year. Correct?
Yes, Mr. President. The timetable, how do you explain this? I'm not supposed to be the spokesman of LTO. I'm really against inefficiency here, Mr. President. So what the LTO is saying is that they will be able to address the backlog if we stop buying cars or motorcycles and stop producing cars and motorcycles.
That is impossible, Mr. President.
Ganun ba? So, Mr. President, alam nyo, sinasabi ng LTO, the backlog started when a temporary restraining order was issued against the former supplier of the LTO around 2016. Yun daw ang historical...
No, but Mr. President, we experience this problem, itong mga backlog na mga plate numbers, during the time of President Aquino.
Yes.
If
I agree,
remember vividly, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President, but the LTO is now claiming that it does not have a problem with the materials now. The problem now is the plant capacity. The plant is already on 3 ships. 3 ships. Pero Mr. President, if I may hasten to add, alam niyo po, Mr. President, pag pumunta kayo ng mga malls, doon sa gitna ng mga malls, may mga nag-o-offer gumawa ng plaka. Plastic. Gagawin yung plaka. May mga plastic sa inversion. Gusto ko rin tanongin ng LTO rito, pero ako yung sponsor dito. Pumunta kayo sa LTO. Pag nasira yung plaka, gagawa sila ng plaka ng plastic.
Improvise? Is that improvised?
Improvise. Same number. Kopyahin nila. I don't know if this is allowed, pero...
Is that sanctioned by the LTO? I do not think so, Mr. President.
Kahit tumakbo kayo sa kalye, minsan nakalagay doon sa plaka, lost plate. Tapos they replicate the exact number, gawa sa mall. Okay ba yun? Improvise, okay? By what authority? The LTO is saying now that improvised plates are allowed. So siguro so long as it...
Those mentioned by Mr. President.
Who will authorize? If with authority. So...
Is that authorized, Mr. President, the one you saw in the malls? Replicating plate numbers? Or improvising plate numbers?
That Mr. President, I think is not authorized. These are called vanity plates.
Mr.
Vanity
President.
plates are no longer allowed. Yung may mga convention of blah, 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 celebrating the 75th anniversary. So may mga vanity plates before.
Mr. President, if this...
Mr. President, can I have a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
If there is a lost plate or stolen plate, which most often would happen, or if there is an accident, plates would be destroyed, the vehicle owner can secure an authorization from a local LTO registrar and have a plate made, a temporary plate made with the previous authorization coming from the LTO. So siguro po, naggawa na yun sa mall na nakita ko, kasi yung mga naggawa ay may previous authorization. Kasi maraming mga, yun na involved sa aksidente, marami rin pong plates na ninanakaw. So instead of adding up to the backlog here, which runs into millions, inalaw na silang gumawa ng sariling plates na dati nang issued. You cannot have a new number na gusto mo, parang cellphone. So kung ano yung plaka mo, yun din. Yun ang sabi ng LTO. Whether this is a valid system, perhaps the
Yes,
good...
Mr. President, you said earlier that you saw in the mall that there were some people improvising plate numbers. And according to the resource persons of the LTO, that is not sanctioned or authorized by the LTO. So therefore, that is illegal.
It is sanctioned, Mr. President, if there is a permit. Pag nawala,
Meron bang permit yun? I don't think so. If that is not sanctioned, if that is not authorized by the LTO, therefore that is illegal. Bakit hindi natin, why don't we call the attention of the mall owners to remove that particular place or whatever? Kasi delikado yan eh. Pagka na,
apparently, Mr. President, the Land Transportation Office are running after this unauthorized plate makers.
ilan na ba nahuli ninyo? Meron, if you are running after this colorum, how many have you arrested or apprehended?
Mr. President, I was informed by the Land Transportation Office representative here that just last week they were able to apprehend several in Recto Avenue. So Recto Avenue has been known not just as a diploma mill, but even for fake license plates, Mr. President.
May I know the penalty that was imposed, Mr. President, if there were?
There were cases filed, but to assuage the feelings of Your Honor, under our new measure, there is a hefty fine for those trying to produce fake plates, unauthorized plates, Mr. President. It's part of the measure now, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Minority Leader, for giving way for my questions. Thank you.
Minority Leader. May now resume.
So, thank you, Mr. President. So, it was established during the interjection of Senator Estrada that the license plate backlog, not only for motorcycles but also for other motor vehicles, started way before this doble placa law. So how come we seem to have blamed this law for the backlog, Mr. President? So it is not, the law is not to be blamed for the backlog.
No, Mr. President. As I have said, one of the reasons for the filing of this measure was to lessen the administrative burden of the Land Transportation Office. And sinabi ko po kahapon, una, hindi nga natin maipatupad yung batas, napakahirap ipatupad yung batas dahil hindi makakakomply yung mga may-ari ng motorsiklo dahil wala ngang plaka. So we have reached a chicken and egg situation wherein the rider himself would blame the administrative body implementing the law for the lack of plates, and then the rider blaming the LTO, and then the LTO being overburdened, blaming the sheer number of new vehicles. So hindi na po magkaintindihan to, natabunan na ho yung LTO ng trabaho. Hindi na nila maintindihan kung ano yung gagawin. So dati nasa harapan lang ay Decal, tapos magiging plaka. So palagay ko po, we have here an administrative situation that has resulted into a no-win situation for the LTO and the riders themselves.
With the indulgence of
Yes,
the
Mr.
sponsor,
President.
one of the reasons that we introduced this amendment is because of the backlog. There are as you can see, there are about 9 million motorcycles that have no plates. And as you mentioned yesterday, dear Minority Leader, that nako-confuse ka rin, no? There are different kinds
Yes,
of plates, di ba?
different.
Temporary, yung MR lang nakalagay, plastic plates. So, we think that if we are to consider the peace and order issue, mas mahirap po yung walang plaka kaysa po hintayin natin makumpleto yung doble plaka, no? So it is more, the motorcycles will be prone more to being used for crime because there are simply no plates yet, no? Yung mga official, as you can see, malayo naman po yung new plate numbers compared to the old plate numbers. It's more readable right now.
And Mr. President, itong sinasabi natin backlog of plates, yung mga figures dyan, mga numbers, these are the backlog in the metal plates. Tama po ba?
Correct, Mr. President. And Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. President.
for if it's metal plate for the rear, there would also be a corresponding backlog of decals for the front.
Decal plates, which is the one required by the doble placa, is that a metal plate?
No, it's a
Correct.
It's a
it's a
decal.
sticker, Mr. President.
Yes, it's a sticker, Mr. President. So, we are all when we talk about the backlog, which is backlog in metal plates, in the same breath we mentioned the doble placa law. It has nothing to do with the backlog in the metal plates, Mr. President. Because the second plate is actually a sticker, not a metal plate. So, Mr. President, why will this measure, if it is meant to address the backlog, why will an anti-crime measure, amendment of an anti-crime measure, address a metal plate backlog? Please enlighten us, Mr. President.
Well, since this law was put on hold since the time of President Duterte, back then, because the LTO is also having a hard time producing that much decals, no? So, the LTO said that it will be better that if they concentrate on the rear plate numbers instead of them also looking at the decals, no? Inaano lang na gusto na matapos na lang muna yung rear plates before.
If it's, and then, Mr. President, if it's a decal, a sticker, how come pumasok ang aerodynamic argument, Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Yung tsaka the flying object argument, Mr. President.
Well, actually, that was one of the IRR that was because of the concern. The LTO deemed it necessary just to...
We have seen the
decal.
IRR. Ang
Yes.
ginamit din yata sa
Decal.
IRR, decal din.
With
Eh.
decal
So,
na po.
and
Yes.
are we fixed with the meaning of decal? Is that a metal plate or a paper or a sticker, a
Sticker.
special kind of paper? So, I don't think the aerodynamic argument, Mr. President, being a flying object is really much of a concern if it's just a sticker, Mr. President.
Yes, that is correct because that yung old law, the original law was supposedly 2 metal plates.
two metal plates. That's why during the IRR formulation, because of the concerns, they adopted a decal. But the decal, Mr. President, is would likewise be meaningless because there is no appropriate place for the decal. Because the decal, by using a decal, you have to have it wrapped around. So you're wrapped around po, Mr. President. If the decal is also as big as this, you have to wrap it
Hindi, pero yung
around.
decal-
So hindi na rin makikita, Mr. President, yung number. Kasi
And if I may interject,
binalot mo na dun sa poste ng motor, sa fork.
Smaller size.
A little small.
The decal should be smaller. Also, 135 mm versus or by 85 mm.
in lieu of the
Yes.
decals, it was the RFID system that was already proposed to be installed in front, so that it will be used also for future. If we can already have the scanners and the command center for easier. And the checkpoints, no? It will be easier to verify that plate number is really belongs to that motor vehicle, to that motorcycle.
Mr. President, ito po yung This is the wording in the law. RA 11235, Section 5, fourth paragraph. The readable number plates must be displayed in both the front and back sides of a motorcycle and shall be made of suitable and durable material as determined by the LTO. And then the LTO has already made the determination in the implementing rules and regulations. Ano ba date nito? May 11, 2020. Ang ginamit po nila is the decal plate. Shall be yung nasa harap. So the decal plate is already reveals to us the material. It's not metal, Mr. President. So I hope that we are very clear with what's happening, Mr. President. Let's not use yung reasons which are not applicable. Nami-mislead po kami na nakikinig po.
Mr.
Ngayon,
President,
ang nangyayari po, ganito po ang masama rito. Ang masama rito, ginawa na nga ng LTO, in-IRR na nila so that it's implementable, metal sa likod, decal sa harap, and then they suspended the law because it is not implementable. Is that the reason given by the LTO for suspending the law?
yes, Mr. Because of the backlog.
Yes, but is it because of the law or is it because of the backlog? And the backlog is caused by what? A lack of contract, a lack of supplier, lack of materials, or lack of equipment, lack of manpower? What is it, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, let me clarify this. The law, as it stands today, speaks of doble placa metals, Mr. President, as I have shown.
Hindi, Mr. President,
And then-
kaya ko binasa, it's
Yes,
not necessarily
yes.
metal, Mr. President.
The law, but
No,
the
I read the law.
but the LTO perhaps admitting that they cannot
Hindi suitable.
they cannot produce and have this installed in front, adopted the decal system. So it's again a system of our IRR overstepping and redefining the law itself. So this measure, Mr. President, would make the application of the law implementable on the part of the land transportation office without inducing the Land Transportation Office to amend the law.
No, Mr. President, what I read, yung sinabi kong fourth paragraph ng Section 5, is not IRR, it's the law.
Can we
So,
have it repeated,
yes.
Mr. President, for
The readable number plates must be
Yes.
displayed in both the front and back sides of a motorcycle and shall be made of suitable and durable material as
Yes.
determined by the LTO.
Yes, it
So we
speaks of
delegated it to the LTO.
it speaks of plates, and that because of the brouhaha generated, Mr. President, the LTO deemed it necessary to just have a decal. They adjusted it. They
and
adjusted
the
it.
LTO calls it decal plate.
That's the
So it's a
stickers.
plate also, Mr. President, in the terminology of the LTO. So it's not really, the law does not require two metal plates. Sinabi lang niya, there will be two readable number plates of material determined by the LTO. Sabi ng LTO siguro, taking into account yung aerodynamic ninyo, if it's metal, sabi niya, decal plate. So, if we are fixed with the meaning of decal, because decal, what's the meaning of decal in the dictionary? Give us a minute, Mr. President. We will look at the meaning of decal in the dictionary.
Yes, session suspended. Session is assumed.
Okay, so Mr. President, it was established during the break that our bill will really change the rule that there will be no more requirement of plates being displayed in both the front and the back sides of a motorcycle. It will only be a plate at the back side and then in the front side an RFID. So, but then of course, Mr. President, we need to address the backlog in the actual production of the metal plates then, as well as be concerned with the production of the RFIDs, which will have to be paired with a specific metal plate, Mr. President. So, hindi po ito, at any rate, we have established that this bill is not the solution to the metal plates backlog kasi involved din naman dun yung motor vehicles and not only motorcycles. So, anyway, we have called the attention of the LTO to find ways and improve their systems. I think even during the break, it was established that there is no more legal obstacle, Mr. President. The reason for the backlog is not anymore a court order or any legal document, but it's a matter of the production actually producing the plates. May we know who is the head of the LTO now, Mr. President?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a certain attorney, Bigor Mendoza. He's been I think I've met him once in my lifetime when I was with the MMDA. He's transport man. He used to head a transport cooperative or a transport organization years ago.
Thank you for the information, Mr. President. I think he already served the government before. And was he also a former congressman, Mr. President?
He was yes.
Party list?
He was a party list representative, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. And then I joined the measure's intention to lower the penalties, Mr. President, especially for infractions which are not related to intent to commit a crime. Kasi sabi natin this should also, if not totally eradicate, lessen the discrimination being felt by our motorcycle riders. Ayun po, magkaisa po tayo doon. Sana nga pati hindi lang sa penalties, but the fact that the reality that they are being stopped, Mr. President, the same road, same time, same day, and yet the four-wheel vehicle is not stopped, the two-wheel vehicle is being stopped, Mr. President. But maybe pang-PNP na yan to tell us what is the law enforcement theory behind that, Mr. President.
I don't know, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yeah, it's for the PNP to tell us.
It's a Netflix scene that motorcycles are more agile and easily maneuverable. When you watch James Bond movies, they can run even through your unusual steps, ladders, etc., Mr. President.
So if that be the case, Mr. President, then maybe it's also wise for us to equip our law enforcers with the motorcycles.
They're being trained. The Highway Patrol Group is very consistent in training. Even civilians are being trained,
Yes,
Mr. President.
So mahahabol po nila yung mga perpetrators of crime.
Yes, Mr. President. They can even run on one wheel, Mr. President, with the front wheel being raised, Mr. President.
Ano yung mga penalties natin? So, Mr. President, let us just allow us to point out some of the penalties. For example, yung failure to report lost, damage, or stolen number plate or RFID within 72 hours from discovery, ang punishment niya, fine of not more than 10,000. But yung isa, if the lost, damaged, or stolen number plate or readable number plate or RFID sticker is used in connection with an offense penalized under the revised penal code or special penal laws, the failure of the owner of the motorcycle to report within 3 days that the motorcycle is lost or damaged or stolen is also a fine of not more than 5,000 pesos. So, parang ulitin ko, if the act is connected with the commission of a crime, knowingly, so we should punish it more than just the the innocent act of an infraction of our numerous rules, Mr. President, under the law. Meron pa ngang isa, Mr. President, yung erasing, tampering, altering, forging, imitating, covering, or concealing a number plate or readable number plate. The penalty is imprisonment ranging from 2 years and 1 day to 6 years and fine of not more than 10,000 pesos. Okay. Pero yung intentional use of the erased, tampered, altered, forged, imitated, covered, or concealed number plate or readable number plate, the penalty is merely a fine of not more than 10,000 pesos. So yung isa, you're tampering with the plate, Mr. President. So imprisonment and fine. Yung isa, you knowingly, you know that it is a tampered plate and you use it, and the penalty is only a fine of 10,000 pesos. So if we could just review the penalties, Mr. President.
Yes. Yes, Mr. President, the difference that on the second part, it's now being used as the instrument itself to commit the crime, di ba?
Yes.
Mr. President. So the other one is the person who was. The second one is the motorcycle was used as an instrument. The first one was the person was instrumental in tampering, altering, forging, imitating, etc., etc. Not necessarily being the principal in using the motorcycle as an instrument of the crime.
Correct.
He just facilitated the tampering of the serial number, etc., etc. But the criminal act, although the first one was also a criminal act, the main criminal act was done by the person who knowingly used the motorcycle as an instrument whose serial number was tampered by the other person. But that can be the same person, Mr. President. That can be the same person. The one who tampered can be the actor itself perpetrating the crime. So
Let's just review the penalties and
the
then,
penalties. So
let's make it commensurate to the gravity of the offense, Mr. President.
yes. So in the second part, the idea of Your Honor is to increase it.
Yes, yung isa parang
I agree.
yes.
I agree.
Let's just revisit. Now, my final point, Mr. President, which is a matter of law, if not constitutional law. Ito po ang ating Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act, which is RA 11235, was enacted on March 8, 2019.
Yes.
It was suspended in April, March 2019, suspended in April, temporarily daw, by BELTPET, apparently nung lumalabas, suspended up to today, so mukhang permanent na. Suspended in April 2019 by the LTO. Because on July 1, 2020, the LTO issued a memo suspending the implementation of the law indefinitely. My question, Mr. President, should we allow an administrative agency to suspend a law, Mr. President? Ang hirap-hirap pong magpasa ng law. Tingnan mo lang ito interpellation natin ngayon, itong law nyo. Ang hirap-hirap, 2 chambers pa po yan. Hinalal pa ng taong bayan, elected by the people. Tayo, nationwide. Yung congressmen, party list yung iba, districts yung iba. Then we pass a law. We got the concurrence of the president. Hindi niya vinito. And then an agency of the government suspends it, Mr. President. So, hindi na ako nakatingin sa laman. Ha? Let us not look at the contents of the law. But as to the power exercised by that agency, shall we allow that, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. No, Mr. President. I share your opinion. I am of the same opinion that administrative agencies are there to implement the law, execute the law as enacted by the Congress. And Congress should likewise continue with its oversight functions as to the execution of the law. And the non-execution of a law validly enacted by Congress, and here we're treading on the constitutional realm, should likewise and can likewise be subjected into a mandamus action on the part of any citizen, Mr. President, that they should implement the law. The administrative agency, the executive department, for that matter, cannot refuse to implement a law validly enacted by Congress. So, in effect, Mr. President, this is not just a mere administrative fiasco because they're now claiming that they don't have the machines. There was a TRO issued but now lifted. But this is a defiance to an act of Congress, an act made by the representatives of the people, though not vetoed by the chief executive, was in effect being vetoed by non-execution and non-compliance by the Land Transportation Office. So tama po kayo, yung pinaghirapan natin dito, pag hindi nila pinatupad kung ano-anong alibay, kung ano-anong dahilan, para na rin silang nag-veto. Hindi mo na natin to patutupad. Ayaw namin, napakahirap. So administratively, perhaps, Mr. President, if the gentleman is suggesting the concerned agency should be taken to task, the budgetary process can be utilized, or the proper administrative measures, sanctions, the ombudsman could step in. Ba't tayo nyo ipatupad? The law may be hard to implement, but it's your job to implement. The Congress took into consideration all these intricacies.
Correct.
Yung napakahirap na pagpapatupad nito. So, hindi pa ho ito COVID 2019. 2020 si COVID, March 2020, to be precise. So, wala po dahilan bakit hindi sila mag-exert ng effort para ipatupad. Baka hindi lang po ito, Mr. President. Baka ito po ay eye-opener lang sa atin. Baka marami pa ho tayong
Mr. President,
batas na hindi pinatupad.
can we ask the LTO who signed the memo dated July 1, 2020? Ito na. This is the one formally suspending the implementation of the law indefinitely. So what kind of power was exercised, Mr. President? Superpower po yan.
So, Mr. President, in compliance with your Honor's question, I retrieve a document coming from, this is a Xerox copy of a document dated July 1, 2020. This is now the COVID period. So, the reason, Mr. President, why the Land Transportation Office, through its head, Assistant Secretary Galvante, issued this memorandum addressed to all regional directors deferring the implementation of Republic Act 11235 is because of the non-availability of motorcycle plates and decals compounded by the continuing health crisis brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Naging reason na nila ngayon yung COVID. So this is July 1, April, May, June, July. So after more than 3 months, ang ginamit ng reason is the COVID-19 pandemic resulting in the limited operational capacity of our offices. And because of this, to allow owners, I'm reading the last line, to allow owners ample time to process their transactions while observing social distancing and health and sanitary protocols. So, ginamit na po itong COVID.
With the indulgence of the
Hindi na,
sponsor,
Mr.
President. If I may remember it right, it was President Duterte who first issued the memo, executive order to suspend the implementation of the
It's not mentioned, Mr. President, even
But
in
it was, I think,
this memorandum of the LTO. So if that were the case, this assistant secretary would have mentioned the executive order. Wala.
Yung first, I think yung first, unfortunately, Senator Bongo is not here, but I think he would attest that it was, the LTO can attest also that it was President Duterte who first issued an order for the suspension of...
No, Mr. President, kung nangyari yan earlier, ako, Assistant Secretary, gagawa ng memo na ganito, I will mention the executive order. Wala, there's no mention of any
I totally
executive
agree.
order.
I totally agree that there was a deferment just signed by the Assistant Secretary of Land Transportation Office. But the representative of the LTOs is nodding his head. Apparently, there was also a presidential directive. Was there a presidential directive? He's now blinking his eyes, not
Can
nodding
we
his
get
head.
a minute suspension,
One
Mr.
minute
President?
suspension, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, in addition to this law, okay, may we also find out from the LTO what happened to the speed limiter device which we required to be installed on buses and anong tawag mo doon, large and heavy motor vehicles, Mr. President. I think the presiding officer is aware of that.
Yes, I'm the
Did we
author.
repeal that law? We did not repeal that law. Has
We did
that
not.
law been implemented?
Yes.
No.
I think it
And
is.
Being implemented. So
Yes.
let us ask, Mr. President, because ang alam ko hindi rin na-implement yan. And then also, what happened to the distracted driving law, Mr. President? So is that being implemented or not? And is it are there acts attributable to the LTO and or to the Department of Transportation which are responsible for the non-implementation or non-observance of the law, of these laws, Mr. President?
If I may, if the indulgence of the sponsor, because I'm the author of the Speed Limiters Act, that was implemented and passed, I think, one of the very first laws that we were able to pass, 2014, 2015, as because of the numerous fatal bus crashes, no, because of overspeeding and recklessness. But from what I know, it is being implemented in the newer model buses and the newer model transport, bigger trucks, already come with speed limiters. No? Kaya po, hindi na kinakailangan mag-install. If you notice also, there's a significant drop in the fatal crashes already involving public utility buses. I think the LTO
Does the LTO confirm those facts, Mr. President?
I think they're nodding their head.
Sige, we don't have access to them. Basta, yan po, yung, at least those are 3 laws. I recall, Mr. So, plus the doble placa law. So, siguro it would be worth our while to look at the actuations of the LTO, Mr. President, as far as enforcing the various laws that we have passed, and then inventory na rin po natin ano ba yung mga laws na sinuspend nila on their own, Mr. President, or to use their language, defer until further notice the implementation of the IRR. So ganun po nangyayari. To make it appear that they're exercising a power within their jurisdiction, so it's just to defer the implementation of their own IRR. Okay? But when you defer the IRR, do you make that as the excuse that you will not implement the law? In effect, ganun din yun, Mr. President.
Yes, I totally agree, Mr. President, to the good minority leader. In fact, during the last Congress, I recall having delivered a privileged speech entitled, "The Water Cannot Rise Higher Than the Source." It has something to do with the conflict between the IRR and the law itself. Mr. President, my proposal then during the last Congress was to create a Senate Select Committee to really determine which laws were implemented, not implemented, no IRRs issued, IRRs in conflict with the law, IRRs holding the implementation of the law, and then the non-implementation of the law, Mr. President. I still would want to pursue that initiative, Mr. President, not just because of the seeming penchant of the Land Transportation Office, not just the Land Transportation Office, other government agencies, to really disobey the Congress, Mr. President. The job of the executive branch is to implement the law. The job of the judicial branch is to suspend the implementation if it is not in congruence with the Constitution. But what is happening here now is that we have a 4th branch, Mr. President, a 4th branch, a branch that can issue a TRO, suspend the implementation, a branch that can amend the law higher than the Congress, a branch that can interpret their own rules similar to the Supreme Court. So what do we do with Mr. President? This is not sui generis in terms of the LTO is concerned. Lahat po siguro, lahat ginagawa yan ng mga umaabuso. That's why the job of the Congress now, the Senate, is to really oversee, to oversee and to make it sure that our laws are really being implemented to the letter by the administrative agencies, Mr. President. I totally agree.
So let's make it off record, Mr. President, that the law which was suspended is actually the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. Pang-crime prevention po ito. Actually, ngayon ko lang nare-realize na nabigyan kasi siya ng medyo negative connotation, doble plaka law. Hindi naman Nandoon binasa natin yung 4th paragraph ng Section 5 Suitable material. Hindi naman kailangan metal yung nasa harap So, yan po ang masakit dito It's a crime prevention measure and it was administratively indirectly suspended by the LTO. So
ironically, Mr. President, we were not able to prevent the LTO from committing an administrative infraction, Mr. President.
Yes, I think nobody raised nobody raised an eyebrow about this, Mr. President. Ngayon lang natin ito na bring up na napansin po natin ito. So this should not be repeated, Mr. President.
Totally agree.
Pag inulit, let's be more alert the next time, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for the patience of our sponsor.
Thank you likewise to the Minority Leader for
Thank you.
his wisdom.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, we thank the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, our minority leader, and the sponsor of the measure, Senator Tolentino. Mr. President, no member wishes to ask questions and interpolate the good gentleman from Tagaytay. I now move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
We have, wala akong committee.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we open the period of amendments. If there are any committee amendments, Mr. President, there are no committee amendments.
Mr. President.
I now move that we close the period of committee amendments and open the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2555. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of the said measure is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, may I recognize some guests from the gallery, guests of our dear colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, kaibigan sa kalusugan, Naturapats, Hopefuls Incorporated, Masikhay Research, Seniors for MedCan PH, Sensible PH, Philippine Society of Cannabinoia Medicine, Haraya Policy Group, MedCan Party, Bauer Tech, Ricardo Penson, former congressman, our good friend Miles Roses, and Miss Grace Ibuna. We welcome all of them in this August chamber.
Welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 210 on Senate Bill number 2573. This is the bill on the Cannabis Medicalization Act of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2573 under Committee Report number 210 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 2573 under Committee Report number 210 is hereby approved. In order, let the Secretary now may read the said bill.
An act providing for the medicalization of cannabis, expanding access to medical cannabis as a means of medical treatment, expanding research into its medicinal properties, enumerating prohibited acts and prescribing penalties thereto.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Chairperson of the Subcommittee on the Medical Cannabis Compassionate Access Act, to deliver the sponsorship speech. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla may now proceed with his sponsorship speech.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong Pangulo, pinunong mayorya, sa mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng lupon na ito, matapos po ang ilang buwan ng pag-aaral, konsultasyon at pagdinig ng subcommittee na pinamunuan po ng inyong lingkod, ikinalulugod ko pong ihain sa plenaryo ang Senate Bill number 2573 sa ilalim ng ulat komite bilang 210 para sa panukalang Cannabis Medicalization Act of the Philippines. Sa puntong ito, ay nais ko pong hingin ang inyong atensyon sa compilation ng mga video ng mga pahayag at patotoo sa benepisyo ng medical cannabis.
I think what we're finding now is as momentum builds, more and more people are looking into diseases that can be treated with medical cannabis. And I think that's important because we don't have treatments for some issues like autoimmune or nausea and vomiting, again, with chemotherapy, and this seems to fit into that. When people ingest CBD and THC. THC is the psychoactive one that also gets you high. CBD can treat some of the things you've mentioned and doesn't get you high. So what we're doing here in the States is actually trying to look at the ingredients, the compounds that lead to different effects. And the more we learn, actually, the studies are promising. And I will say that in 50 states, many have legalized it for medicinal purposes, and some have legalized it for recreational.
Medical cannabis can help with cancer pain.
Cancer pain. So remember now, when we talk about medicinal marijuana or medical cannabis, there are a lot of potential applications and a lot of exciting, interesting research. Different ratios of CBD to THC in their cannabis, and really found some very positive and encouraging findings about the relief of their cancer-associated pain. And I think the big picture here is that, you know, however we feel about the topic of cannabis, recreational versus medicinal, it remains and is showing itself to be a very valuable resource in terms of its medical applications, because we know that it is very difficult to treat patients who are living with chronic pain.
Charlotte had been having seizures since she was 6 months old, and she had been diagnosed with a rare genetic condition called Dravet syndrome. None of the medicines that had been prescribed for Charlotte had worked, not one of 17 different prescription drugs. I had heard pretty much the same thing that Paige had, that there was a compound in the marijuana plant called CBD, or cannabidiol, that might be able to control seizures. There was one study on it published in 1980, and I just happened to have read that. So CBD is remarkable. I filled out the necessary paperwork so that Paige could go down to the dispensary and buy all of the high CBD, low THC cannabis in Denver, 1.5 ounces for $800. And Paige gave it to an herbalist friend of hers in Colorado Springs who extracted it into an oil, and then Paige, very nervously, put several drops of it in Charlotte's mouth. And then finally, when Paige did call me, she said, "Dr. Shackelford, Charlotte has not had one single seizure for an entire week, not one. It's like a miracle." And Paige was right. It was a miracle for Charlotte.
So the majority of your prescriptions that you write are basically for what ailment that people have?
Well, as I looked at my statistics, of the 13,000 patients, 75% are being prescribed for pain. But when I look at the pain, many of these patients have not only traumatic injury or cancer, many of them have pain related to multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, and spine injuries. So there's a long list of reasons why people are being prescribed opioids. Some of them truly beneficial, like in patients with cancer. Opioids not only cause the potential for death, but also mental issues, depression, constipation, disorientation. So opioids have a long list of side effects that medical marijuana may help out.
A last desperate chance to save her daughter brought her online, where other parents were talking about the wonders of cannabis oil. Sarah decided she had nothing to lose.
There were no children without a heart at the time who had tried it. So she was the first, and
How soon before you saw a response?
Immediately. We saw, like, that day, seizures just weren't there. She wasn't seizing.
She obtained a prescription for medical marijuana. That's what she was taking out of the oven, which she turns into cannabis oil for Maya.
I'm just putting in 250 mils of coconut oil.
She has developed a process to extract the oil to get a 1-to-1 ratio of THC to CBD, the active ingredients in marijuana that have changed her daughter's life. the whole family's life, really.
Are you happy?
It means that we all can breathe, I guess, a little bit. We've always felt like, we're just holding our breath, waiting.
Yeah.
Now it's just so much different. We can do things as a family.
After 6 months, they performed another EEG at sick kids and were astounded by the results.
He said that it was completely normal, and he said miracles happen in the email.
And indeed, he did.
Colt's mother, Jamie, credits medical marijuana for taming her son's severe autism. Stories of autistic children harming themselves and finding relief through marijuana have led many, like the Crops, to move to Colorado.
I knew that if I came here to Colorado, that I would be protected, that I could get Colt his medical card, and I could start treating him with cannabis.
Colt qualified due to a rare skin condition. His mother began giving it to him in different forms, vaping and homemade tinctures with strong levels of the psychoactive component THC.
I make this probably about once a week.
Jamie makes what she calls a miracle drug for her son from their own plants. The difference has been visible.
As CBS Fall. Yeah.
Riley Maitler takes her medical marijuana.
I take it 4 times a day, 1 in the morning, and then during lunch, and then during dinner, and then at night before I go to bed.
The 13-year-old from Delaware says cannabis oil has helped treat the tumor that was eating away at her bones. The news from the doctor was grim. Riley, who was 7 at the time, was diagnosed with aggressive giant cell granuloma. Only a handful of people in the world have the disease.
I was just so uncomfortable because, seeing my face in the mirror and it's all big, and it made me really sad and stuff. I was also in pain because of my seizures that I started having. My stomach would cramp up and I started to hallucinate.
After surgery, Riley's mom decided to give her medical marijuana to see if it would help her symptoms.
I was so scared. Anytime you give your child any kind of new prescription, you're scared because you're looking for those side effects. We just researched a lot and came across, medical cannabis as a possible alternative that could help her heal. And I couldn't find anything that was detrimental with using that.
The tumor, it shrunk. The seizures, they stopped.
Taking cannabis oil, it made me feel so much better, and my bone was growing back, the roots of my teeth were growing back.
Ginoong Pangulo, wala na po sigurong pangarap ang bawat isang miyembro ng lupon na ito bilang mga halal ng taong bayan, kundi makitang ang bawat Pilipino ay may epektibo at pantay na akses sa dekalidad na serbisyong pangkalusugan. Ika nga po ng isinisigaw ng United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, leave no one behind. Sa wikang Filipino, walang maiiwanan. Ginoong Pangulo, napapanahon na po siguro upang dinggin natin ang hinaing ng mga magulang at pasyente na nagsusumamo upang maging legal na ang access sa lunas na kanilang lubhang kinakailangan. Batid po ng lupon na ito ang aking sinseridad sa pagtulak ng batas na ito sapagkat bilang isang tao po na nangangailangan din ng regular na lunas para sa aking mga injuries na natamo ko sa pagiging artista o isang action star. Tulad po ng undisplaced neck fracture, third-degree burn, broken ankle, gayon din po ang pagnipis ng cartilage sa buto, at dahil po sa dinaanan kong backbone surgery, laminectomy. Batid ko po ang mga side effects na maaaring idulot sa akin ng synthetic drugs kumpara sa organikong pamamaraan. Noong pong nakaraang taon, ako po ay personal na nagtungo kasama po ang aking mga staff sa bansa ng lupang pangako, Israel, upang magsagawa po ng isang study tour kung paano nila ipinatutupad ang kanilang polisiya tungkol sa access sa medical cannabis. Marami po tayong natutunan sa ating immersion, sa atin pong inilapat na bersyon ng aking bill. Sa puntong ito, hayaan po ninyong ilahad ko ang mga mahalagang probisyon ng landmark legislation na aking pong inihahain sa bulwagang ito. Una, sa pagsasabatas po ng legal na access ng mga lehitimong pasyente na nangangailangan ng medical cannabis. Layon po nating bumuo ng Philippine Medical Cannabis Authority, PMCA, sa ilalim po ng pangangasiwa ng Kagawaran ng Kalusugan o Department of Health, DOH. Ibinatay po natin ang anyo at istruktura ng PMCA sa Israel Medical Cannabis Agency, IMCA. Sa ilalim po ito ng Israel Ministry of Health na siyang otorisado para sa pag-issue ng permit sa mga pasyente o lisensya para makagamit po ng medical cannabis. Ito rin po ang nagtatasa, nagbibigay pahintulot at nag-i-issue ng mga angkop na permit sa lahat ng mga may kaugnayan sa cannabis. Ang ilan po sa mga tungkulin at kapangyarihan na nais nating ibigay sa PMCA ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, pagbalangkas ng Comprehensive Cannabis Medicalization Plan. Pangalawa, pagbalangkas, pagpapatibay at pagpapatupad ng mga alituntunin at regulasyon na may kaugnayan sa mga medikal na halamang cannabis, mga produkto at by-product nito. Pangatlo, pagbuo ng sistema ng impormasyon upang mahigpit na mabantayan ang paglaki ng cannabis mula sa binhi hanggang sa pagbebenta para sa monitoring at regulasyon. Pang-apat, pag-issue ng mga lisensya na nararapat sa mga rehistradong entity o tao, pribado o gobyerno na magiging bahagi ng industriya ng medical cannabis. Panglima, pagpapatuloy ng research and development para sa industriya ng medical cannabis. Upang siguruhin po naman na nasa tamang landas ang mga polisiya, patnubay at regulasyon sang-ayon sa sinasaad ng panukalang ito, bubuo po tayo ng Medical Cannabis Advisory Committee, MCAC. Sa pamumunuan naman po ito ng kalihim ng kalusugan bilang ex-officio chairperson. Ang mga sumusunod namang opisyal ay magiging permanenteng miyembro ng committee. Chairman ng Dangerous Drugs Board, DDB. Directors General ng FDA at PIDEA. Kalihim ng siyensya at teknolohiya. Kalihim ng agrikultura o mga kinatawan ng mga nabanggit na ahensya. Ang isa sa mga malalaking tanong, sino po ba ang ituturing na qualified patients para maka-access sa medical cannabis treatment? Ang kwalipikadong pasyente po ay isang tao na na-diagnose ng sertipikadong doktor na may debilitating medical condition at maaaring makatanggap ng therapeutic at palliative benefits mula sa cannabis base sa kanyang sariling pasya. Binibigyang linaw po natin na ang medical cannabis ay complementary treatment na isasabay sa mga gamot na sadyang ginagamit na ng isang pasyente. Inatasan po ang mga pasyente na magparehistro sa PMCA na magkakaroon po sila ng ID number at mabibigyan ng registry card na may QR code po para sa verifikasyon. Para po sa mga pasyente na minor de edad, kinakailangan pa rin pong ipaliwanag ng sertipikadong doktor sa pasyente at sa kanyang custodial parent o legal guardian ang mga panganib at benepisyo ng paggamit ng medical cannabis bilang gamot. Magiging lehitimo lamang po ang reserta kung ito ay galing sa isang duly licensed physician na may good standing, walang nakaraan o kasalukuyang kriminal o administratibong kaso, at holder ng S2 license mula sa PIDEA at dumaan sa pagsasanay mula sa PMCA. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang S2 license mula sa PIDEA ay ibinibigay sa mga rehistradong doktor upang makapagreseta ng mga controlled substances. Ginoong Pangulo, ang administrasyon po ng cannabis ay maaari lamang po sa pamamagitan ng oral, sublingual, inhalers, topical, and suppositories. Pagdating po sa validity ng reseta, ito po ay magiging valid lamang sa loob ng 1 taon. Naglagay din po tayo dito, Ginoong Pangulo, ng mga grounds para sa revocation ng reseta. Kabilang na ang maling paggamit ng reseta at hindi pagsunod sa dosage at forma. Maging ang mga magiging industry players po nito, individual man o grupo, ay dadaan sa pagrerehistro upang makapagsagawa ng paglilinang, pagmamanupaktura, produksyon, dispensing, pananaliksik at pagpapaunlad, pag-aangkat at pagbebenta. Ang mga industry players pong ito ay mahigit natatalima sa mga regulasyon, patnubay, at standard operating procedures na isinasaad ng batas. Pagdating po sa kultibasyon, produksyon, at pagmamanupaktura ng cannabis para sa medikal na gamit, isinasaad na po ng panukala ang mga kondisyon na pamamahalaan ng PMCA, kung saan lamang maaaring isagawa ang mga nabanggit. Minumungkahi po namin na ang magiging legal na medical cannabis products ay limitado po sa mga sumusunod na anyo: edibles, pills, oil, tincture, flower, topicals, at inhalers. papayagan lamang po natin ang importasyon ng mga produktong ito mula sa mga bansang may mahigpit na regulasyon at implementasyon sa nakalipas na 5 taon. Bahagi rin po ng regulasyon na ang pagsigurong ang mga i-import po natin na mga produkto ay siya ring ginagamit sa bansang panggagalingan nito. Ginoong Pangulo, siniguro din po natin ang paglalagay ng mga safeguards sa bawat hakbang mula kultibasyon hanggang sa mismong pagdating nito sa kamay ng mga kwalipikadong pasyente. Magkakaroon po tayo ng mga electronic monitoring systems in place upang masubaybayan ng pamahalaan at ng kinauukulan na ang lahat ay tumatalima sa mga limitasyong isinaad ng batas. Siyempre naman po, Ginoong Pangulo, nilinaw na rin po natin ang mga ipinagbabawal na gawi bilang bahagi ng panukalang batas na mayroong karampatang parusa sang-ayon sa sinasaad ng Comprehensive Dangerous Act of 2002. Halimbawa, ang isang kwalipikadong pasyente ay hindi maaaring gumamit ng medical cannabis maliban sa layuning pang-medikal at labas sa itinalagang treatment facilities. Naturalmente, bawal din po ang paggamit nito kasabay ng intoxicating at dangerous substances. Hindi rin po pinapayagan ang pagbebenta at pamimigay ng medical cannabis mula sa pasyente. Pagdating naman po sa mga sertipikadong doktor, ipinagbabawal po ang pagreseta ng medical cannabis kung walang S2 license, kung hindi kwalipikado ang pasyente, at kung hindi ito gagamitin sa paggamot ng isang medical condition. Bawal din po ang pagbibigay ng dosage na higit sa kailangan at pagtanggi sa pagpapanatili ng record ng bawat pasyente. Atin pong binibigyan diin, hindi po maaari na ang isang sertipikadong doktor ay mag-issue ng prescription para sa kanyang sarili, sa kanyang kapamilya, hanggang sa second civil degree of affinity. Inalatag na rin po natin ang mga partikular na ipinagbabawal na gawain para sa mga medical cannabis industry players. Gayon din sa mga individual at iba pang entities. Naglagay din po tayo ng probisyon para sa pagsasanay ng mga medical cannabis physicians, pharmacists, at iba pang healthcare professionals na pangangasiwaan po ng PMCA. Makikipag-ugnayan din po ang PMCA sa CHED upang maisama ang paksa ng medical cannabis sa curriculum ng mga medical schools, gayon din sa kursong agrikultura at applied science and technology sa mga kolehiyo at universidad. At siyempre po, Ginoong Pangulo, bubuo po tayo ng hindi po joint Congressional Oversight Committee upang magsagawa ng regular na pagsusuri ng implementasyon ng batas na ito. Ginoong Pangulo, ang inihahain pong batas ng inyong lingkod ay hango sa pag-aaral, pagsasaliksik, testimonya ng mga doktor at eksperto mula po sa iba't ibang panig ng daigdig na may sapat na kaalaman at best practices sa pagpapatupad nito. Ginoong Pangulo, mayroon pong improvement sa ulat ng committee na nais pa naming maipasok sa tamang panahon. At sa angkop na panahon, din po ay handa akong magbigay linaw sa mga katanungan ng mga kasamahan natin dito sa Senado. At siyempre po, handang-handa po akong tanggapin ang inyong mga amendments upang mas lalo pa po nating paigtingin ang panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Maraming salamat din, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bohol and the Davao region, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized to deliver his co-sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. I rise today to express my full support for the Senate Bill number 2573, also known as the Cannabis Medicalization Act of the Philippines. Una sa lahat, I would like to commend our dear brother, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, for taking on the challenge of heading the subcommittee that was given the task to focus on conducting public hearings, technical working groups, and consultative meetings, with the end in view of producing legislation that would be most acceptable to the government and most compassionate to our people. Senator Robin did not only walk the talk, but he also took a step further, even literally going the extra mile. He flew all the way to Israel to study and exerted due diligence on the matter of pharmaceutical-grade cannabis. His inputs on the industry's best practices called from Israel's almost 2 decades worth of experience proved very educational and substantial during the course of the public hearings. Bilang isang rock-hard anti-illegal drug advocate mula pa noong aking pagsiservisyo sa Philippine National Police, tahasan kong kinalaban at pinilit tuldukan ang krisis sa ipinagbabawal na gamot. So it is only right to ask, is this an exercise in contradiction? To respond, Mr. President, there is no contradiction. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Section 2 of Republic Act number 9165 or the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 states that the government shall, however, aim to achieve a balance in the national drug control program so that people with legitimate medical needs are not prevented from being treated with adequate amounts of appropriate medications, which include the use of dangerous drugs. Examining this more closely then, we can see that the proposal of our dear colleague, Senator Padilla, is in full consonance with this existing anti-illegal drugs policy of the government. Hanggang ngayon naman po ay nanatiling mariin ang aking pagkundina sa illegal na droga. Hindi po nagbabago ang aking posisyon bilang alagad ng batas at ngayon ay gumagawa ng batas. Higit sa lahat, bilang isang ama, okay lang? Bilang ama, naniniwala ako na dapat ilayo ang ating mga mamamayan sa mga bagay na makasisira sa kanilang buhay at kinabukasan. Kaakibat nito, tungkulin ko rin bilang lingkod bayan na ilapit sa ating mga kababayan ang mga bagay na maaring magpaginhawa sa kanilang buhay. Kasama na rito ang mga maaring magsilbing lunas sa kanilang mga karamdaman. Ako po si Bato, galit pa rin sa mga nagbibinta at gumagamit ng bato. Sabi nga nila, consistency is the key. Pero ako po may puso rin. Malayo po sa pusong bato na imahe na kinakabit sa aking pagkatao. Naniniwala po ako na hindi natin dapat ipagkait sa mga pasyente ang gamot na maaaring makapagbigay ng ginhawa sa mga kababayan nating may sakit. At yun po ang pharmaceutical grade cannabis. Batid ko na ang usaping medical cannabis ay komplikado at masalimuot. Sa kabila ng hindi mabilang na testimonya ng mga pasyente hinggil sa medicinal na gamit ito, hindi masisisi ang agam-agam at pangamba na ito ay maabuso. Subalit, kasama ng pagyabong ng teknolohiya at paglago ng medisina, hinihingi ng pagkakataon na ating buksan ang isip, higit ang ating mga puso sa mga posibilidad. Tingnan din natin ang ginhawa at lunas na hatid ng cannabis, lalo na kung patient-centric ang paggamit nito. Mr. President, taon ang binibilang o baka mga ilang henerasyon para maging katanggap-tanggap ang isang pulisiya na tila yayanig sa ating konserbatibong mga pananaw at paniniwala. Ngunit tingnan po natin ang bawat negatibo bilang oportunidad para maging positibo. Positive hindi sa illegal drug test, kundi sa outlook sa buhay. Walang nega at walang bad vibes, ika nga. In cultivating the passage of this bill, then, we are giving our patients relief from their suffering. We are giving them a comfortable fighting chance. I have to commend the comprehensive approach taken in this legislation, which addresses every aspect of medicinal cannabis use, from cultivation to distribution, prescription to administration. The stringent licensing requirements of physicians, pharmacists, and industry players, along with the establishment of standardized procedures and monitoring systems, will uphold the highest standards of safety and accountability. Moreover, this act includes provisions against misuse and abuse, such as the prohibition of recreational use, strict penalties for violations, and measures to prevent diversion and illicit trafficking. By striking a balance between accessibility and control, we are promoting responsible medical use while safeguarding public health and safety. Kaysa po ako ng Philippine Drug Enforcement Authority, Dangerous Drugs Board, at Philippine National Police. And through our joint efforts, Mr. President, sisiguraduhin natin na may sapat na safeguards ang panukalang batas na ito hanggang sa huli para hindi magkaroon ng mga insidente ng pang-aabuso sa medical cannabis. Sa ating publiko, don't panic. Mr. President, healthcare needs an approach that is evidence-based as well as compassionate. The medical facts do well to help us understand the ways by which we can address and cure illnesses. But it is the people, the lives behind every sickness, that will weed out the truly caring from the merely knowledgeable, and today, we choose to be truly caring. Makasisiguro tayong lahat, Mr. President, na ito ay isang happy bill. It is high time that we pass this measure. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hindi lang daw po bato, chocolate na daw po siya, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2573. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 2573 under Committee Report number 210 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 246 on Senate Bill number 2625. This is the bill on the Philippine Corn Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2625 under Committee Report number 246 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2625 is now in order with the permission of the body. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the records the whole text thereof.
An act to develop the Philippine corn industry, enhance the availability and affordability of quality feeds and staple food, and provide for a corn competitiveness enhancement fund.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, Senator Cynthia Villar, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Cynthia Villar will now deliver her sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues and fellow advocates for the agriculture sector, good afternoon. It is with great honor that I stand before you today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2625 under Committee Report 246 entitled An Act to Develop the Philippine Corn Industry, Enhance the Availability and Affordability of Quality Feeds and Staple Food, and provide for a Corn Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. In coming up with this report, the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, together with the Committees on Finance and Ways and Means, conducted one public hearing, 2 technical working group meetings, and several consultative meetings. Mr. President, in championing this measure, our aim is to propel the competitiveness and expansion of the yellow corn industry. It is a crucial supplementary measure aligned with the objectives of the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development Act, which I earlier sponsored. It is imperative that we also booster the corn industry. The yellow corn industry plays a pivotal role in sustaining our livestock and poultry industry and feeding our nation. In 2023, the combined corn, livestock, poultry sector contributed 27.17% of gross value added in agriculture. It provided livelihood opportunities to more than 1.28 million corn farmers, 2.8 million livestock and poultry farmers, and thousands of other industry players throughout the value chain. This underscores the impact of the industry on our economy, particularly on job creation, food security, and potentially on poverty alleviation. Yet, despite its significance, the yellow corn industry faces its share of challenges that require greater government attention. For instance, amidst increasing demand in the feeds, foods, and other industrial markets, the Philippines remains a net importer of yellow corn. Approximately 84% of the yellow corn produced locally is being used by the animal industries as feeds, but in 2020, the country achieved only 57% self-sufficiency in yellow corn for feed use. It should be noted that in broiler and swine production, feeds make up about 50% and 60% of the overall production cost, respectively. The Philippines has the highest cost of production for livestock and poultry among ASEAN countries, primarily due to feed costs. Even while our yellow corn productivity has increased at an average of 4.2 metric tons per hectare from 2018 to 2022, the Philippines is still lagging behind, ranking 8th among the neighboring countries in Asia. The yellow corn industry has a lot of inefficiencies in supply and market chains, as well as inadequacies in policies and governance. One issue that has been raised is the existing legal restriction, Presidential Decree number 4, which prevents corn farmers from exporting corn unless there is excess production or supply. As a result, they cannot fully take advantage of the opportunity presented by the export market. Another pressing challenge that corn farmers have to grapple with is the high cost of inputs such as seeds and fertilizer. Almost all yellow corn hybrids sold are genetically engineered, which are about 5 times more expensive than the conventional seeds. In addition, the stringent standards for developing high-yielding varieties have hampered the participation of local Filipino companies in the seed industry. This underscores the need for more investment in R&D, especially on seeds and biotechnology. Furthermore, the majority of the corn budget goes to the white corn program with little attention paid to the growth of the yellow corn industry. We can no longer turn a blind eye to the struggles of the yellow corn industry and the people who depend on it. Through this Senate Bill 2625, we will set a comprehensive framework for its promotion and development. We will acknowledge the organizational and institutional constraints and ensure that core farmers are provided with adequate resources and support mechanisms that they need to thrive and compete in the market. First and foremost, we need to create an updated corn industry development roadmap which shall address the current and emerging needs of the industry and set the strategic initiatives and direction to enhance its competitiveness. The creation of an updated roadmap shall be spearheaded by the Bureau of Plant Industry together with the relevant stakeholders, particularly smallholder farmers, feed processor, livestock farmers, regulatory offices, and academe. Second, the Bureau of Plant Industry shall be designated as the implementing agency of this policy measure. Third, there should be designated priority corn production provinces which will lead to the modernization and better performance of the yellow corn sector. These provinces will distribute the high-quality seeds and feeds they produce to other provinces through BPI field offices. According to PSA data for 2023, the top producing provinces, which account for 61% of the total yellow corn production, includes Isabela, 17.04%, Cagayan, 9.75%, Bukidnon, 14.83%, Maguindanao is 8.06%, Pangasinan is 5.74%, and South Cotabato 5.71%. Moreover, this proposed measure provides for the creation of the Corn Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. This is in addition to the annual General Appropriations Act regular budget. For 10 years, the corn farm shall consist of an annual appropriation of 3 billion pesos, which will come from tariff collection on imported corn, feed wheat, feeds, and other products and ingredients for feeds. We will not leave the white corn behind since the same is being used for human consumption. We are proposing the allocation of 20% of the fund to white corn development and other indigenous corn varieties, and 80% of the corn farm shall be utilized for yellow corn, which shall be respectively divided as follows: 40% for the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, in which 23% would be utilized for post-production, 15% for mechanization of corn farms, and 2% for its Program Management Office. 20% for BPI in its provision of seeds and fertilizer. The seeds produced by the local Filipino and registered with the Philippine Seed Board or National Seed Industry Council are the ones to be sourced from distribution to farmers. 20% for the establishment and operation of the BPI corn unit and the field offices in corn-producing provinces. 10% for Agricultural Training Institute of DA, which shall be utilized for the extension and training activities to increase corn productivity, maintenance of machinery and equipment, and organizing and clustering of corn farmers into cooperatives and associations. 10% for the Bureau of Agricultural Research, which shall be spent for corn applied research and basic research. The research output shall be owned by the government through BPI, and any subsequent commercialization, propagation, or distribution shall be subject of contractual arrangements between and among BPI, BAR, and local Filipino private entities that develop the output. The beneficiaries of the corn fund shall be smallholder farmers listed in the registry system for basic sector in agriculture, and preferably members of farmers' cooperative association or organization. To track our progress and determine if we are achieving our objectives, we are assigning the Congressional Oversight Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization, or COCOFAM, to conduct a mandatory review, and the Philippine Institute for Development Studies to do an impact evaluation and program on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th years of the effectivity of the Act. This measure likewise recognizes that market expansion is essential for a healthy, competitive market. In anticipation of increased production through the provision of high-yielding variety seeds, fertilizer, machinery and equipment, and capacity building for corn farmers, this policy initiative removes the export restriction on corn. Competitive corn producers are expected to benefit by having expanded market reach and consequently higher income from their produce. Finally, in the event of any impending or forecasted shortage, animal disease epidemic, or other situation requiring government intervention for a limited period of time, this measure bestowed to the President the power to revise or adjust existing rates of custom duties of corn, feeds, and other products and ingredients for feed products up to their respective bound range under the WTO Agreement on Agriculture, and allow importation of this commodity and its byproduct at a lower applied tariff rate to address the situation. At this juncture, I would like to personally extend my sincerest thanks to all the senators, national agencies, and other stakeholders for attending the public hearings and TWG meetings that we conducted both this year and last. I also want to thank the members of the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Agrarian Reform and the Committees on Finance and Ways and Means headed by Senator Angara for his support to this bill. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, by enacting this important measure, we not only support our farmers, but also promote rural areas' economic development, fight poverty, and improve the Filipino people's access to affordable food. I therefore urge my distinguished colleagues to join me in enacting this measure on the Corn Industry Development Act. Thank you very much, Mr. President. God bless.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to just spread into the records the intention of this representation with the permission of the principal author and sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, that this representation be made co-author and co-sponsor of this particular measure. This is very close to this representation's heart, and we hope for the swift passage of this Philippine Corn Industry Development Bill. Thank you. I hope even though there's no microphone,
Here, wala ba?
yeah, we can hear you, ma'am, right now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2625. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214. This is the bill on the new Government Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellations and debate, and with that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the gentleman from the great province of Aurora, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and to continue with his interpellation, the gentleman from Zambales and San Juan City, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing the objection, period of interpellation is now in order. The sponsor, Senator Sani Angara and Senator Estrada, are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may the good sponsor allow this representation to continue with his clarificatory questions.
It would be an honor and a pleasure, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to recall last Monday, I asked to be furnished a copy of the list of the MOAs between procurement agents and the agencies. We thank the good office of the sponsor for promptly furnishing us with the said document. Anyway, going back to Section 15 on the engagement of a procurement agent. Section 15. I have here a copy of PSDBM's status of interagency transferred funds for non-common use supplies and equipment, or NCSE, the total of which amounts to 2.8 billion. My question is, Mr. President, the ones on the list are yung mga naumpisahan na po prior to the suspension of the PSDBM for the procurement of NCSEs. I believe suspended ang procurement nila for NCSEs for over a year now. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ang considered NCSEs, Mr. President? Do these vary per agency?
What's the current definition? It's considered a CSE if it appears in their catalog, Your Honor, sa PhilJeps.
May I know the legal basis for procuring NCSEs ng PSDBM? Is there a legal basis, Mr. President?
In the existing. There is an implementing rule, which I'm waiting the reference, that allows the engagement of a procurement agent, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba ang mandato ng PSDBM ay ang procurement ng common use supplies and equipment?
That's the way I understand it also. And I remember our colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, also emphasized that when she said her father wrote that the mandate of the PSDBM, Your Honor.
Paano po kinakaya ng PSDBM na halos buong government bureaucracy sila ang nagpro-procure? Do they have, paano po nila kinaya yun, Mr. President?
I think it's
Do they have
because
the capacity
it's
to do so?
Mr. President, Your Honor, it's a recognition also that many agencies, many bureaus do not have the capacity, especially those which are new and the personnel are unfamiliar with the bidding processes. Then they usually delegate it to a procurement agent, especially bigger purchases or bigger contracts. But there have been occasions in the past where I remember some of our colleagues would insert provisions in the General Appropriations Act to prevent the transfer of funds in view of the past transgressions that have happened involving PSDBM and even the PITC, Mr. President.
Right. Ito pong mga NCSEs, Mr. President, are they used on a regular basis? Are they highly specialized, Mr. President?
No, are they procured on a regular basis is the question. No, Your Honor.
So they are not highly specialized too, Mr. President?
Some are, di ba? Some are, Your Honor. I think in the past been used to purchase ammunition, also fire trucks, I think, Your Honor.
So if some are highly specialized, Mr. President, is my understanding correct that they can be procured individually by the respective agencies, Mr.
They can be, Your Honor.
Ano, no? So the PSDBM is not needed anymore?
I'm sorry?
The PSDBM is not needed anymore if they can procure it.
I'm sorry, the PSDBM is not.
They don't need it anymore, Mr. President. If some are highly specialized, my question is, so they can procure it individually by the agencies, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. If the agency has the capacity and the personnel, they're allowed by the law to procure these items, Your Honor. But usually, the reality is that some of the agencies do not know how to do it, so they outsource it to a procuring agent, Your Honor.
So am I correct that na hindi na po kailangan through PSDBM na dumaan, Mr. President? Am I correct?
Depende ho yun sa ahensya mismo. Dahil pagbago nga yung pinuno ng isang ahensya or hindi kabisado ng mga tao niya, then usually nag-aano sila, nag-engage sila ng procurement agent dahil hindi nga nila sa tingin nila hindi nila kayang ipabid out o i-procure on their own. That's why they consult the PSDBM, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. President, looking at the list provided by the PSDBM, these agencies are considered big agencies. Just to name a few, DepEd, the Department of Health, the Department of Transportation, MRT3. Why did they need to avail of the services of PSDBM? Wala ba silang capability or proficiency? Ang kanilang BAC, yung back to undertake the procurement na ginagawa ng PSDBM para sa kanila, Mr. President?
There's so many of them, Mr. President. I don't know in the individual cases, pero siguro mas kompyado sila, mas may kumpiyansa sila na PSDBM ang mag-bid nung mga kontrata na ito. So, yes, you're right. You're correct in pointing out that there are agencies which are big agencies, and these are also big contracts, Your Honor.
So does that mean to say that itong mga malalaking mga departments like what I've mentioned earlier, DOH, yung DepEd, yung DOTR, they do not have the proficiency and experience to undertake such procurement projects, Mr. President?
Your Honor, I was told by the head of the PSDBM that many of these agencies have several concurrent biddings, meaning hindi na nakayanan isabay lahat. So yung iba sila nagko-conduct ng biddings, yung back nila, pero yung iba sa dami ng pinapabid out, kino-contract nila sa procurement agent, Your Honor.
So I understand that these departments has no capability whatsoever to procure to conduct multiple procurements, Mr. President.
Meron naman daw ho, pero hirap lang talaga sila pagka sabay-sabay po yung pag-procure. So yung iba, ina-outsource na lang ho nila.
Okay, Mr. President, kung ang mismong agency with all their technical know-how, walang proficiency and experience dun sa project at hand, paano pa yung mga procurement agents, Mr. President? Paano po masasabi na walang capability or proficiency to procure? May I know the indicators, Mr. President?
Yung pagkukuha ho ng isang procurement agent, the philosophy is that yung kukunin mong procurement agent, dapat mas kabisado yung proseso sa'yo. Hindi ka dapat kumuha ng isang procurement agent na mas novice or hindi dalubhasa po sa pagproseso ng bidding ho.
Okay, the other night, Mr. President, I mentioned that one of the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Committee following the hearings on the overpriced and outdated laptops purchased by the PSDBM for DepEd was to abolish PSDBM. Another was that criminal, administrative, and civil complaints and charges be filed against officials of PSDBM and DepEd. May na-file na pong mga kaso against these individuals involved, Mr. President?
Sa ombudsman. There are cases filed by the Ombudsman in the Sandigan Bayan, Your Honor.
May I know the status of the cases, Mr. President? And how many were involved during this?
Cases. How many? How many cases?
Because of this laptop scams, Mr. President.
There are administrative cases for grave misconduct, serious dishonesty, gross neglect of duty, and conduct prejudicial to the best interest of the service. And 3 personnel from the PSDBM were preventively suspended, and they were no longer renewed as employees of the PSDBM in 2024. For Pharmaly, there's also grave misconduct, gross neglect of duty, serious dishonesty, and conduct prejudicial to the service. And there were 10 PSDBM personnel preventively suspended by the Office of the Ombudsman. And then out of the 10, 2 of these 10, Mr. President, Your Honor, were dismissed from the service, Your Honor.
Blue ribbon to, blue ribbon to. Okay, I have a copy of the committee report of the Blue Ribbon Committee, and it was recommended that the following criminal, administrative, and civil complaints or charges be filed against officials of the DepEd and PSDBM, and the proper investigation be conducted, determine relevant responsibility and accountability as follows. 1 count of violation of Section 3E of Republic Act 3019, otherwise known as the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, against 6 officials of the Department, or 8 officials of the Department of Education, namely, to name a few, former Undersecretary Alain del Pascua, Undersecretary Annalyn Sevilla, former Assistant Secretary Salvador Malana, Director Abraham Abanil. And the following officials of the PSDBM are former OIC Executive Director Lloyd Christopher Lau, former OIC Executive Director Jason Mer Uwayan, back Chairman Ulysses Mora, and Engineer Marwan Amil. Kasama ba ho ito sa mga nakasuhan?
I'm told kasama po, Your Honor.
Before the Sandigan Bayan, charges has been filed already?
Yes po, opo.
Okay. For violation of section of Article of Republic Act 3019.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good. The sponsor mentioned the other night that the Philippine International Trading Corporation is one of our procurement agents. As many of us are aware, the PITC does not boast of a stellar reputation too, Mr. President. In the previous Congress, it was brought to light that there was 33 billion pesos parked funds or undelivered projects from different government agencies in PITC. Has this been resolved, Mr. President?
The biddings ho, or the cases, if there are cases filed, has what been resolved, Your Honor?
Yung mga ongoing projects, Mr. President, were those really ongoing projects in various stages of procurement, Mr. President?
I think you're correct. While I'm awaiting the exact status of these biddings, Your Honor, from our resource persons, I remember in past General Appropriations Acts, Senator Drilon and other of our colleagues would also insert provisions preventing the transfer of funds for purposes of bidding to the PITC precisely because of this, dahil tumatagal po yung bidding. Pangalawa, parang nawawala yung accountability for the transaction, Your Honor. So those are some of the things we've sought to address dito sa amendatory law na there is no transfer of funds, there is only a transfer of the responsibility to bid out the contract and not even to award, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Before I proceed to my other question, I will just wait for the legal basis of the PSDBM in procuring non-CSE, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is with reference to Section 38 of this bill, Procurement of Common Use Supplies and Equipments, which provides that all NGAs, GOCCs, GFIs, SUCs, and LGUs shall only procure their CSC from PSDBM, subject to its availability, Mr. President. It has been brought to our attention by LGUs that with regard to common use supplies and equipment procurement like paper, folders, paper clips, file boxes, expanding envelopes, Mr. President, around, let's say, the third quarter, wala nang available. Hindi adequate ang supply at napipilitan na lamang sila bumili elsewhere. I believe a number of national government agencies have also raised this concern in their submission of their position papers. And apart from insufficient supplies, they encountered the following problems: poor quality of supplies. Some items are actually more expensive compared to outside suppliers. Delays or non-delivery of items purchased, and release of items on a staggered basis even though they have already been fully paid. Also, in the case of regional offices, a common concern is the distance of the nearest depot from the office. Mr. President, despite all these complaints, we are still proposing to mandate all agencies to get their CSEs from PSDBM. May I get your insights on this, your thoughts on this, Mr. President?
Yes, certainly, Your Honor. The assumption there is that because of economies of scale, the PSDBM will be able to acquire goods at better prices and thus attain a better deal for the government. Pero tama po kayo, I think it's not always the case. In the practice does not always follow the theory, so to speak, Mr. President. So, ang nangyari dito, the DBM issues a certificate of non-availability, and then the agency is allowed to purchase from other suppliers. And in this case, actually the committee is already drafting an amendment because we believe that it should not be absolute, the rule, and it must admit of exceptions. Meaning, pagka makukuha naman ng ahensya na mas mura sa ibang supplier, dapat may payagan siya. Hindi masyadong, baka tama kayo, baka maapektuhan yung efficiency at baka tumagal yung pag-purchase. So, if the gentleman wants to fine-tune the provision, I'll be most willing, Your Honor.
Yes, kasi minsan nababalitaan ko, mas mahal pa yung mga nabibilihan ng mga supplies doon sa PSDBM kaysa bumili doon sa ibang suppliers, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. And even before you raised the point, I was already telling my staff to draft an exception to this because I think it's too absolute, Your Honor.
Yes, maybe in the appropriate time, Mr. President, this presentation will propose some amendments to give agencies an option to procure CSCs on their own, Mr. President.
I will be most willing to work with the gentleman on that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. To continue, the second paragraph of Section 46, access to information, reads that in procurements involving and affecting national security, the disclosure of the specific components of the procurement documents, such as the technical specs or specifications, requirements, and components, shall be dependent upon the head of the procuring entity, having due regard to the nature, classification, sensitivity, and confidentiality of the relevant documents vis-a-vis the purpose and reason for the request. Mr. President, I believe the BSP or the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas position paper highlighted wanting some flexibility in terms of procurement of items that are highly sensitive and confidential in nature and that are mission critical. Understandably, the BSP wants to limit access to delicate and sensitive information on technical projects of the Central Monetary Authority. Mr. President, why didn't we put in a provision for them, Mr. President?
Actually, the philosophy is really to interpret this widely. So pasok po yun. Pero if it's not clear from the language, we're willing to amend it, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. In due time, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
On Section 72, development of a green local market. On the development of cost-efficient validation and certification program for green products, won't we be creating another layer of bureaucracy, Mr. President? Because we want to bring down the cost of doing business, and isn't that contrary, Mr. President?
That's not the intention, Your Honor, but of course, given that sustainability is a byword which permeates all of our laws and policies today, we thought it proper to include language which comes from the bill of one of our colleagues, the Sustainable Public Procurement Act, that's Senator Pia's bill. So the whole Article 12 actually comes from her bill. So, but again, we're willing to insert any language that perhaps a phrase that in no way shall any rules detract from efficiency or lengthening the periods, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you, and we will amend in proper time, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may quote a portion of the good sponsor speech on the NGPA. And I quote, "This is why our measure introduces new modes of procurement. It also provides greater flexibility to procuring entities to choose which best fit their needs. For instance, the permission to use trade-ins, barters, or pooled procurement, or the purchase of second-hand goods, which is in line with the requests of national defense agencies, as well as our colleagues, no less than the Senate President and Senator Bong Revilla." Mr. President, Section 76, under Article 12, sustainable public procurement provides for the procurement of second-hand goods. May I just be clarified if the procurement of second-hand goods is considered a mode of procurement, Mr. President?
I don't think it's a mode, Your Honor, but we thought it right to include a provision because there are many ways. You can still use different modes of procurement to procure second-hand goods, Your Honor. So meaning you can use a bidding, but you can also use other provisions, Your Honor.
Well, under our existing laws and regulations, allowed naman ba mag-procure ng second-hand goods? Tama po ba?
Well, you know, the procurement experts tell me it's allowed, but apparently it's not known to many of our agencies. So meaning it's not a well circulated or a well-known available modality to our agencies.
Will the Commission on Audit allow this to happen, for us to purchase second-hand goods or products, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was there a precedent, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. I am told that certain LGUs purchase second-hand equipment, especially the more expensive variants, like dump trucks, etc.
May this representation be enlightened by the good sponsor on what kind of goods that can be procured as second-hand, Mr. President?
Practically anything, Your Honor. But I think in the case of, there was a dialogue with the defense authorities, and they said the price of a new airplane, for instance, one can already buy 2 or 3 slightly used aircraft from air forces or countries which frequently upgrade their equipment.
Yes.
So kumbaga, you get more bang for your buck, so to speak,
Yes,
Mr. President.
that I agree with you, Mr. President, because during our hearings with your Committee on National Defense, marami ho kaming napag-usapan at napag-agrihan na kailangan talaga bumili ng mga second-hand, for example, airplanes, mga military weapons, kasi hindi naman po natin kakayanin bumili ng bago dahil napakamahal at hindi din kaya ng budget ng ating bansa. Anyway, you mentioned earlier na pwede rin bumili o mag-purchase ng second-hand yung mga LGUs. Ano ho yung mga pinapurchase? Kasi naging mayor po ako. Hindi ko ho alam kung ano yung mga second-hand na...
Mga dump truck daw ho. Madalas, dump truck.
Dump truck, what else? Yung mga halimbawa sa school.
Graders and other construction equipment, Your Honor. Backhoe.
Pwedeng bumili.
Pwede ho. Pwede.
Yun lang. Yung mga construction equipments lang, wala na iba.
Fire trucks, I think, can also.
In general, pwede naman daw ho kahit ano. Pero in practice, yun ang naobserbahan na yun ang ina-avail yung modality to purchase.
What about vehicles? Police cars? Pwede?
Pwede rin ho, in theory, pero I don't think
Kasi,
nagawa.
kasi
They've not done it in practice, Your Honor. Pero in theory, pwede ho.
pag bibili tayo ng second hand na depreciated na yung presyo nun eh. Baka mas lalo pang gumastos ang LGU ng pagpapagawa ng sasakyan, no? That's why when I was mayor, I think the presiding officer will agree with me. He also became a mayor, that I never purchased second-hand vehicles for our police, for the fire department. Wala po tayong binibiling second hand dahil alam ko depreciated na nga yung cost nun at mas mapapamahal pa yung LGUs pagbayad ng pagpapagawa kung sakaling masira yung mga police vehicles. So I hope yung mga police cars na ipopurchase ng mga LGUs dapat mga brand new. But at any rate, tungkol with regard to the defense and military equipment, Mr. President, you mentioned earlier na pwedeng bumili na second hand, for example, like airplanes. What else, Mr. President? What about yung mga rifles, mga weapons?
In theory, pwede ho, pero I don't know in practice if that is advisable, Your Honor. Baka mas kabisado nyo yun as the chairman of the National Defense Committee.
Yes, Mr. President, kasi during our consultations and during our hearings sa Committee on National Defense, nagkakaroon nga sila ng problema sa pag-procure ng yung mga equipments na kinakailangan sa modernization program ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kasi nga, if you buy brand new, hindi naman natin kaya, it's better to buy second-hand equipment na talagang serviceable at talagang pwedeng tumagal at magamit ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. The gentleman makes a good point.
Well, Mr. President, as the Senate President is well aware, the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act, or SRDP, which we had just passed here on third reading, is progressing, and we are just awaiting the conclusion of our BICAM. SRDP would allow for the local defense industry to flourish. How would this bill complement that, Mr. President? Will local industries be given priority in procurement?
Yes, Your Honor. We've adopted a provision from the Tatak Pinoy law to give preference to domestic industries, Your Honor.
And in the SRDP bill, Mr. President, one of the ways by which we seek to rationalize defense acquisition is that in-country enterprises participating in the DND's acquisition of defense material shall be exempt from the single largest completed contract requirement. In the first paragraph of Section 23.4.2.4 of the 2016 revised IRR of Republic Act 9184, that is mandatory. It is mandatory for a prospective bidder to provide this to establish its track record and capacity to perform contractual obligation. In the bill that is for consideration now, Mr. President, the NGPA, this will no longer be a requirement. Is this correct, Mr. President?
Hindi na. Hindi, pero in the new one, is it there? Why?
New?
It's still here, Your Honor, because it alludes to the experience of the bidder. But I remember some of our resource persons wanted to, especially the smaller businesses, wanted to relax the rule somewhat. So if that is the intention of the gentleman, to allow new entrants and to allow Filipino businesses, which may be small but potentially large in the future, then certainly I'll be willing to work with him on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. For agencies that have highly specialized needs, such as the Research and Development Institutes attached to the DOST, Light Rail Transit Authority, or the Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation, how will this bill address the lack of interested bidders or unavailability of goods or services locally, Mr. President?
Well, there are a number of provisions, Your Honor, in addition to what is already in 9184. We worked very closely with the military, the police, the educational, and the research institutions. In fact, they're here to support us and to help us in the interpellations. And there are some provisions for them. There is a new modality, the direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation, because, for instance, there is an ongoing experiment, and suddenly they need a new, because as you know, Mr. President, when you engage in experiments and scientific research, sometimes things do not go, it's hard to predict the outcome. because precisely there is a speculative or experimental nature to it. So sometimes they may need to adjust and buy new components. So there are certain modalities which will allow them to purchase like what they call a reagent, meaning it's an ingredient in their experiment. Yun, pwede nilang bilhin diretso yun through anong tawag doon? Yung wala ng bidding, yung pag 200,000, what do you call that? Direct acquisition, that's for 200,000 and below. They can just buy it without conducting a lengthy bidding because maapektuhan po yung ongoing experiments po nila. So yun, may ganun. Tapos, ano yung tunay dyan? Ang tawag doon? And there's a new modality called small value procurement. So if the value of the item to be bought is 2 million, then you can just get 3 bidders. So it's faster than the usually lengthier competitive bidding, Your Honor. So they can avail of these means. Yun talagang reklamo nila na parang napaka-rigid nung ating mga bidding processes under Republic Act 9184.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for answering all my questions patiently and diligently. And at the appropriate time, I will be proposing amendments, Mr. President. But before I end, allow me to spread into the record that it seems most opportune that yet another Angara is seeking to reform the government procurement, a landmark law authored by his father, the late Senator Ed Angara, which will allow increased transparency, accountability, and value for money. The legacy of sound management of fiscal resources through strengthened procurement practices and upholding accountability in government in government lives on through the younger Angara in the Senate, Mr. President. Maraming salamat muli, Mr. President. We thank the good sponsor for his patience. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm so grateful for those very kind words from our sponsor, and I thank him for his very relevant, very pointed and to the point and relevant questions, and I look forward to working with him during the period of amendments.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Last 4 minutes suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
At this juncture, I move that we recognize our next interpellator is our distinguished Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized together with the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara.
Our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomitel, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, certainly. I hope to benefit from the Minority Leader's analytical skills and critical skills in understanding the measure better also.
But we congratulate our sponsor, Mr. President, because I think this is a timely measure. Although, this is actually my first question, although the existing law, RA 9184, has been described by a former Secretary of Finance as one of the best in the world, Mr. President. So ang question ko siguro, how do we make better what is already the best, Mr. President?
I think by injecting certain amount of flexibility, Your Honor, because so we've admitted a few exceptions to competitive bidding, which was the primordial rule or philosophy of the of 9184, the current law, and by not by building on what 9184 has, rather than destroying the edifice and constructing a new one. It's really building on what we already have, Your Honor.
Sige, can we have the salient features of new ideas, concepts, or procedures that we have introduced in our bill, Mr. President?
Certainly, Your Honor. There are 5 new modes of procurement to the existing 6 under Republic Act 9184.
6 plus 5.
So there is what they call the competitive dialogue, and this allows agencies to invite suppliers, contractors, or consultants to a dialogue to propose solutions to address its needs and requirements. This is usually for new types of products, Your Honor. So siguro DICT ang mag-avail nito, and anything technology related, maybe the space agency that we have. The second is the unsolicited offer with bid matching. This is similar to what the BOT and the PPP law has, where the agency can consider unsolicited offers alongside a provision for others to match the bid to provide some degree of competition. The third is the direct acquisition, as mentioned earlier with the gentleman from San Juan. This allows agencies to procure non-common use supplies and equipment in amount not exceeding 200,000, where the procedures are not as stringent for the larger amounts or larger contracts, Your Honor. The fourth is the direct sales or pasabay. This is the procurement of items which where an agency may purchase items which have already been subjected to competitive bidding by another agency. Kaya pasabay, pinasa from another agency. Binili nung isang agency, parang bibili ng bagong agency.
Na-screen na.
Yes, Your Honor. But there are conditions, meaning parehong presyo, and there's a limit on the quantity to be procured, Your Honor. The fifth new modality is the direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation. And this allows agencies to procure directly from a capable supplier equipment, supplies needed for research and development projects and activities. And it also allows procuring entities to purchase pre-commercial goods or services that meet the agency's specific needs, or goods from qualified startup businesses or spin-offs in line with the thrust to develop new Philippine industries. So these are the 5 new ones alongside the 6 existing modalities in 9184 already. And I guess one of the newer concepts also, or new concepts, Your Honor, Mr. President, is the concept of the most economically advantageous responsive bid, or MEARB, or MEARB for short. This is really in response to the complaints that reliance or over-reliance on the lowest competitive bid sometimes does not produce optimal results, Mr. President, meaning sometimes we buy cheaper goods which are of poorer quality. So this allows the MEARB, the concept of MEARB allows procuring entities to purchase or to have criteria other than the cost, meaning quality, durability, and the whole. It's like a package deal, Your Honor. You can look at the whole life cycle of a product to assess whether you want to purchase from bidder A or from bidder B. Meaning, again, the theory or the philosophy is to provide greater flexibility and to make bidding easier for the government, Your Honor. So then we've injected, if you look at the principles or policies of the bill, there is the principle of proportionality, meaning if it's a smaller contract, it should be easier to bid out these items. So they are exempted from certain requirements of the law, the full competitive bidding, for instance. And then for the larger contracts, there are more stringent requirements, Your Honor. So these are some of the new items, but at the same time,
thank you.
Many provisions are also reiterations of 9184 and the implementing rules, Your Honor, which are just in effect being codified, Your Honor.
When we say, Mr. President, that some contracts, especially the smaller ones, would be easier to comply with, what did we relax, Mr. President? The time period or even some substantive requirements, Mr. President?
We've relaxed the time period also, but also the amounts, Your Honor. Meaning if the amount is 200,000 and below, we are no longer requiring under existing law, we would be requiring 3 bids for that.
Yes.
But under the new proposed law, it can be directly purchased already.
And what is that's one of the 11 modes of procurement. What would be the name for that, Mr. President?
That is direct acquisition, Your
Direct
Honor.
acquisition.
Yes.
And how about, kasi ang ibang reklamo, and sometimes justify nila yung pag-shortcut or pag-violate ng law is that the periods involved are too long. So, did we make the periods shorter for the smaller contracts so that they will be easier to fulfill, Mr. President?
From what to what? From dati, pag ngayon. But what's the process for that? What's the shortest you can be shopping it? Yeah, so in practice, because you would be required to get 3 bidders for that sort of amount, 200,000 and below, it will take at least 2 weeks. But now, you can do it in 1 to 5 days, Your Honor.
Under a bill?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes,
Sa
Your
ngayon, tali sila dun sa
Sa 9184, Your Honor.
1 to...
Yung they need to get 3 bidders, so may
Yes.
periods provided ho doon.
Sige, so pati yung time period. Di ba the time periods are also connected with transparency and to make sure that the government is not defrauded? So, did we take this into account, Mr. President? When we shorten some time periods, are we not opening up to the government to be victimized by more fraudulent bids and schemes, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, certainly. In all the shortened periods, the intention is still to provide transparency and accountability, Your Honor.
We have considered that, no? So anyway,
Yes,
well,
Your Honor, but again, if you
yes.
find that
Yes, I know.
you're not happy with any of the provisions, I'll be happy to work with you there.
No, I'm sure this bill is the product of experience, Mr. President, with 9184.
Yes, Your Honor.
But how come even when 9184 was described once upon a time described as one of the best procurement laws in the world, how come marami pa rin tayong naririnig o nababasa na mga fraudulent bids or violation of the anti-graft law, Mr. President? One good example may be the procurement or purchase of the PNP and the sale to the PNP of 2 helicopters with claimed to be brand new, but they were second-hand, and then more with a bloated brand new price pa, Mr. President. So look at was this procurement under 9184? Kasi double or triple whammy po yun eh, no? Used helicopter sold as brand new at a price more than the brand new price, Mr. President. So did this all happen under 9184, Mr. President?
That's correct, Your Honor. But I guess the law can be good, but there's what is called the human element. So pag may fraud na pumasok, in theory, competitive bidding yon. It was I'm told it was a competitive bidding. But what was supplied or provided was a substandard equipment, as you mentioned, second-hand. So talagang fraudulent ho yung transaction.
Meron bang nakasuhan po rito? As far as our resource persons know, meron bang nakasuhan?
Convicted.
And
If I may interject, I think
yes, that our presiding officer.
I
Yes,
think the cases were filed already. Those are 3 R44, Robinson's R44.
Tatlo pala?
Tatlo yun.
Oh.
That were presented as brand new but actually used, no? So, ang tawag po nila brand used.
Pero may nakasuhan po. Yan ang tanong
Yes,
ko.
from what I know, it's there
Okay.
are
So
cases
kung may
filed.
nakasuhan, and then ang theory ba nung case was it was a grand, wide conspiracy? Yun po ba?
I'm told there is a Supreme Court case, but unfortunately, the only penalty is a dismissal from the service, Your Honor. So that was the most stringent or strictest or most grave
Hindi,
penalty meted
yes.
out by the court, Your Honor.
Sige lang, for those who know about the facts, ang nakasuhan ba, okay lang po yung na-acquit siya o whatever, kasi ba, depende sa Depende po sa ebidensya. Pero ang nakasuhan ba ay both private persons who probably are part of the suppliers, the supply side, as well as the PNP personnel involved in the procurement. Kasama, so ang theory ba ng prosecution is conspiracy. Kaya po, kahit na ilan ang mga safeguards natin sa law, if everyone is willing to violate all of the safeguards, talagang nangyari po ito.
Wala daw private na nakasuhan. In a perfect world, we would want both. Because conspiracy nga, as you
So
said.
hindi
But,
po. So that means hindi nga conspiracy ang theory, because if it were under a conspiracy theory, dapat pati si private
hindi,
kasama
I
po.
don't know if they were impleaded, Your Honor, but they were not convicted. So,
Yes,
meaning
okay.
even if the theory was conspiracy,
Yes.
the court did not accept that theory and it only convicted
Yes, that's why-
the police officials, Your Honor.
That's why, Mr. President, ang tanong ko nga, who were charged, hindi, not caring about the conviction kasi depende na rin yun sa evidence, but the prosecution must have a theory.
Hindi sinarge yung mga private, I'm told, Your Honor. Just the PNP chief and the police officials, Your Honor.
Yes, I think I need time now to ponder on how objectively and independently strong are the safeguards in 9148, Mr. President. And basically, are we just adopting the safeguards in 9148? Di ba? Basically, and then, ang binago lang natin is we added the mode of procurement, ano yung tatlo? There are three main ideas, Mr. President. The mirrored, and then the smaller contracts, the proportionality principle, Mr. President.
Well, we also putting principles in the law which are only found in the IRR at present, Your Honor, regarding blacklisting, meaning to show that the government is serious in not transacting or penalizing delinquent bidders or fraudulent bidders. Nandun po sa panukala po yung blacklist.
Ito po sa ating bill, we are repealing RA 9184.
Yes, Your Honor, but many of the provisions are carried over,
Okay,
identical or either identical or reworded
Sige po.
stylistically, Mr. President.
Let me just pursue one more subject matter or idea, Mr. President, before I ask that my interpellation be suspended. This is about the joint venture participation in biddings. Nasa tingin ko ay mahalaga ngayon na bago tayo mag-break, pag-usapan na natin because nag-hearing kami kahapon ba yun? Sa COMELEC? Kahapon po sa COMELEC, joint venture din na naman po itong nanalo ng 19 billion pesos lang naman na
Maliit lang po,
kontrata
maliit.
sa COMELEC. Opo.
Maliit lang po, maliit
Sa mata
lang
po
po,
ng
sir.
ibang tao, maliit. Opo. 19 billion pesos.
I
It's
meant
again,
that sarcastically, Your Honor.
It's again, yes. We make that for the record kasi hindi captured yung mga facial expressions po natin.
Your Honor.
Opo,
Yes,
opo.
thank you.
So, Mr. President, it's again another unincorporated, when I say unincorporated, it's an unregistered, no? Unregistered joint venture before the SEC. So it's a joint venture. So, saan ba nanggaling itong, kahapon naman maraming animals dito, saan ba nanggaling itong animal na ito, Mr. President, kahapon mga pets ang nandito. So, ito pong unincorporated joint venture, saan nanggaling itong animal na ito at bakit
Anong binago lang natin?
pwede na siyang, how come it's now a common practice under 91, RA 9184? At mamaya, we have still time, pasukin natin yung laptop procurement po ng DepEd. Opo. So saan po nanggaling yung sa 9184? And then is that concept or rule in 9184 being carried over to our bill, Mr. President?
Yes and no, Mr. President, because I think nanggaling yan to allow synergies between businesses, meaning maybe one has technical expertise, another has the logistics or the financial wherewithal. So we've carried that over, but we've with certain innovations. We've accepted Senator Tolentino's recommendation based on his Blue Ribbon experience in the laptop case na pag mag-joint venture ang isang korporasyon or juridical person, yung ka-joint venture po niya ay kailangan engaged in the same business that they're going to, or same activity that they're going to bid for. So yun ang to prevent arbitrary or someone coming out of the blue or fly by night or someone incorporate midnight incorporated corporations, for lack of a better term, Your Honor. Meron tayong ganung safeguard from Senator Tolentino. At pangalawa, yung declaration of beneficial ownership. Dahil alam natin sometimes there are people or who hide their identities behind the corporate veil, Mr. President. So dito, meron tayong requirement similar to what the SEC has been requiring for the last few years, na yung beneficial ownership and control must be declared. So to reveal the true owners or controllers of a business, and to prevent collusion also, and as a measure of good governance, Your Honor.
So the procuring entity will require the revelation of those information, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor,
So
under oath. Under oath, yeah.
it's possible that the bidder will now have to reveal the registered stockholders or owners on paper, and then a further declaration who are the real beneficial owners. That's what we expect the bidders to do.
Yes, Your Honor. That's under pain of perjury if they fail to declare the real beneficial owner.
Okay, so but it's a matter of proof, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, kasi po ito pong sa PSDBM, the laptop procurement of the DepEd, which was outsourced to the PSDBM, siguro as an agent, no? One of the three main agents yung nabanggit sa earlier interpellation, that would be PSDBM, PITC, and DPWH,
Yes,
if
Your
I
Honor.
remember correctly. So, ito po, ginamit ng DepEd as agent si PSDBM for a laptop procurement to the tune of, ilan ba to? 2 billion?
2.4 billion, Your Honor.
Yes, to around 2 billion, Mr. President. And the winning bidder was a joint venture, ang tawag, joint venture of Sunwest Construction and Development Corporation, LDLA Marketing and Trading Incorporated, and VSTECS Philippines Incorporated. Okay. Laptop ang pinag-usapan. Si VSTECS, computers yata ito. Yan yung letter C, yung C dun sa pangalan niya, computer yun eh. Si LDL Marketing, I think, also in trading, selling, marketing computers and other tech equipment. Pero ito po si Sunwest Construction and Development Corporation, from the name itself, construction. And yet, nanalo po kasama sa consortium or joint venture na nanalo ng 2.4 billion pesos worth of contract. Huwag na nating, i-focus doon na yung binigay na laptops ay hindi pa nag-comply sa minimum specs. That's another angle, Mr. President. So what if the purpose nga of inviting the construction company, which is happening in the COMELEC procurement, is to provide the financial muscle? Sinabi po natin sponsor kanina that they have their own role. So
it's a policy decision we have to make, Your Honor, because you gain something, but you also lose something. So if we want, because that's the amendment recommended by Senator Tolentino, and we respect his judgment as the chair of the Blue Ribbon. But again, we're flexible on this, Your Honor, because precisely there are considerations, like as you mentioned, if it is a big contract, then of course there's a need for us to put my financial muscle. So sa akin, flexible naman ho tayo dyan. But I just wanted to take into account the amendment of our colleague and his experience, having investigated when he was the Blue Ribbon chair, this laptop scandal.
yes, I filed a separate opinion here, Mr. President. Kaya medyo, ang aking point is I'm questioning it. Ang tanong ko, how come yung companies with primary objectives related to the bid, to the items for bidding, do not always have financial muscle? Bakit? Bakit ganun ang nangyayari? So, it's a laptop procurement. We are in the business of laptop. procurement, manufacturing, etc. And yet we do not have financial muscle. So is it because it's an unrealistic? Is the procuring entity engaging in an unrealistic bidding, Mr. President, that these entities directly involved in the item being procured need to approach construction companies for the financial muscle, Mr. President?
That's one possibility, Your Honor. We cannot force people to bid for contracts if they do not want to bid. So I really don't know. I'm not mas kabisado nyo ata yung kontrata na yon. But you're asking me why the companies don't have the financial muscle?
I mean, are they just pretending not to have the financial muscle, Mr. President? Because they need the construction company, maybe some personalities behind the construction company, Mr. President. Pati yung sa Comelec, akin na, St. Timothy and St. Bernard. Ano pangalan?
Suspended ba? Suspended?
No.
Your Honor, well, I'm also asking the PSDBM because they have more experience in the actual biddings.
Oh, what happened? Yes, PSDBM is conducted the bidding. So what happened here? Bakit?
Well, kasi nga joint venture. So that's why they got a partner who has the financial muscle. Pero yung iba, hindi ko alam. Bakit nga ba? Kumuha sila ng, bakit yung iba walang financial muscle? Siguro it's a business question, Your Honor, di ba? Pag it's a business consideration to whether to bid or not and whether to participate in a certain procurement. Well, it's a judgment that's, you know, I cannot relate because I'm not the owner of a huge corporation.
Yun na nga, and then will we allow or will we continue to allow under our bill, no? And if this becomes law, will we continue to allow the participation in biddings of corporations whose primary objective does not even concern the items being bidded out just because of their financial muscle, Mr. President? That's the point.
Yeah, the provision in the bill currently on the floor, Your Honor, is that we do not allow them to do so. Yes.
The bill on
the bill does not allow. Just by virtue of your financial muscle, you can participate in the joint venture. Hindi pwedeng ganun. Yun nga yung Tolentino Amendment na sinasabi ko kanina pa, Mr. President, na you must be engaged in that business already. Meaning, you're in the computer. If you're going to bid in future for laptops or computers, you must be in that business. Hindi na po pwede yung construction. Yun ang recommendation ni Senator Tolentino, ni former chairperson.
So, what section is that, Mr. President? Para makita natin if it's really...
Section 50, Your Honor. Section 50. Page 32 of the committee report, Your Honor.
Ang nangyari kasi dito, Mr. President, sa PSDBM procurement sa laptop ng DepEd, inamend ng construction company ang Articles of Incorporation niya. Linagay niya yung business of dealing with laptops as a secondary ba tawag doon? Secondary purpose. Okay. If should that be done under our bill, will this still would have happened, Mr. President?
Under the current law, hindi na po pwede kasi primary purpose.
Primary
must be the
talaga.
One. Opo.
Ito pong ating, baka may butas kasi tayo, Mr. President.
Yeah,
Provided,
I'm willing to work with you, Your Honor, if you see any loopholes.
Yes, Mr. President. Ang point kasi rito, the primary purpose of each member of the joint venture must be similar or related to the requirement of the project to be bidded out. Of course, may financial requirement po yung project to be bidded out. Yan po ang parating ginagamit na excuse. So, it might be used as the same excuse, Mr. President. Kasi di ba parating ang approach natin, there's a legal requirement, technical requirement, and the financial requirement. O hindi po ba magagamit pa rin po ulit yun?
Ay, hindi ho, kasi very explicit po yung requirement regarding joint venture. It must be the primary purpose of the partner or participant in the joint venture, Your Honor.
Kasi nangyari po dito sa Comelec sa 19 billion contract, we have a St. Timothy construction company naman po ang kasama po ng isang integrated computer systems kasi nga automatic counting machine o vote counting machine po ang ating binibili. Center Point Solutions, kasi may software talaga dyan at saka canvassing. And yet kasama po nila ang isang construction company. Ang masakit pa rito, I think this was mentioned by Senator Risa Ontiveros in her speech. No? This St. Timothy Construction Company shared the same office and officers with St. Gerard Construction General Contractor, which was blacklisted by the DPWH once upon a time under the signature of then Secretary, DPWH Secretary Mark Villar, Mr. President, as shown by our colleague. So, ang ibig po ba sabihin, if our bill had been the law when COMELEC bidded out the vote counting system or the automatic election system, this joint venture, unincorporated joint venture of Miru, St. Timothy Construction, Integrated Computer System, Centerpoint Solution Technologies would not have been eligible
You're correct,
to
Your Honor.
participate.
You're correct. They would not be eligible.
Now, the question is, how would we now address the issue of the financial requirement, Mr. President? Kasi yun ang nangyari. Lumalapit, napapansin na natin, lumalapit na halos lahat ng mga interested bidders for government contracts in the billions to construction companies, giving us the impression that the financial power is with the construction companies, maybe as a result of the so-called golden age of infrastructure, Mr. President. So gano'n naman yan. So how do we, kung tatanggalin ngayon natin yan, how will this computer-related or tech-related companies now be able to provide the financial muscle for their bids, Mr. President?
Well, they'll have to come up with some financial arrangement short of partnering with the corporation who will provide that. They have to come up with some imaginative financing arrangements, which these financial guys or investment banks are all in the business of doing anyway.
Okay, basta that's our interpretation of the proviso we read under section 50, Mr. President. Kasi ang problema ko rito, Mr. President, si St. Timothy Construction Company, from the hearing yesterday, has won or is implementing around 130 government projects. So hindi ba umikot lang? I mean, it's a construction company earning a lot of revenue from government projects, and now it's this financial muscle now being used to bid for the automated election system, Mr. President. So, hindi ba parang naluto tayo sa sarili nating, ginisa ba yun? Ginisa sa sarili nating mantika, Mr. President, na kasi, actually under the Omnibus Election Code, yan si St. Timothy, being a recipient of government contracts, bawal nga mag-donate sa kandidato yan eh. Yeah, if I remember my election law correctly, bawal mag-donate siya sa kandidato.
I remember that in the,
yes, Mr. President.
because in our we're all required to file a SOSE.
Okay.
So
bawal siya kasi
siya,
receiving government contract siya.
Yes.
And then nagbibid siya ngayon to win the entire process to determine the winners in elections, Mr. President. Hindi nga siya pwede mag-donate sa kakandidato. Ngayon siya na ngayon part na siya ngayon ng negosyo to run our election, Mr. President.
Baka sabi niya, there is benefit in scale, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, I'm just curious to know, because do we have any idea why companies whose primary purpose is different from the thing subject of the bidding was allowed? For example, as being mentioned by the minority leader, a construction company was allowed to bid for the bidding of DepEd laptops. May binanggit din po si minority leader kanina na baka may personalities. Mahalaga din ba yung personalities sa building process, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I always believe a pleasing personality is always an asset in any human endeavor.
But does it count, Mr. President? Does it,
Well, just like beauty pageants, a pleasing personality goes a long way, Mr. President.
what about powerful personalities, Mr. President?
Maaari po, maaari.
So it's still there. I hope we also look into that as we tackle this measure. That there will be, that it will not be the main qualification in order to get the award from the government services. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think what should not be lost on our on the body is that under the new bill on the floor, hindi na po pwede yung ganon. And that is the Tolentino Amendment na he must be engaged in that business. That must be the primary purpose of that participant in the joint venture. So, yung mga sinasabi, nag-uusapan natin yon, kung pinasa natin itong panukala, hindi na mangyayari ho yun. Yun ang importanteng takeaway ho.
Opo, kasi kaya naman natin pinag-usapan to kasi naabuso eh. Yung 9184, I mean, this all happened under 9184 kasi, like for example, yung Pharmaly, para usapan natin si Pharmaly. Ang number one sa supply contracts won is Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation. Saan galing itong data na to? PhilJeps? Online portal of the GPP, Mr. President. Pharmaly ang Pharmaceutical Corporation. Kasi naman, PPEs ito di ba? PPEs. Okay, Pharmaly, Pharmaceutical. Si second placer, Mr. President, Shuzu Construction Machinery Group, Import and Export Company Limited. I mean, construction na naman. Mr. President, PPE, construction pa rin. So, I think we have revealed a very wide, big loophole in the RA 9184, which, according to our sponsor, we are plugging with this bill, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree with you, Your Honor. I agree with you.
Si SunWest Development and Construction po ay number 5 lamang sa PPE, billion din ang pinanalo. Pero ang kinagaling nito, number 7 naman yung kanyang joint venture, JV of SunWest Corporation and the Construction and Development Corporation, Mr. President. So, meron tayong, bantayan na rin po natin yung mga ganyan na, we have a construction company bidding by itself and then still now joining now other corporations for an unincorporated joint venture. So, gano'n na po ang nangyayari, Mr. President. Kaya nga, yung ating pinag-uusapang panukalang batas is very timely. Kailangan, kung yung mga loopholes na na-discover na po ng ating mga ibang mga magagaling, mga very imaginative people and they're gaming the system, it's time to plug the loopholes, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree with you, 100%, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, I think we should end on a high note. At least nakita natin that we have addressed this particular matter, Mr. President. So during the break, we'll just revisit the wording talaga. We have to make sure na it really captures our intent, no? Our intent, which has been revealed tonight, Mr. President, that's the intent of the lawmakers. So wala naman objection from our colleagues present that is not the intent. That is really the intent to already prohibit the participation of corporations or entities whose primary objectives have no relation to the subject matter of the bidding from participating in the bidding by itself or through a joint venture, whether incorporated or unincorporated, Mr. President, and even under the guise of providing the financial requirement. So pinagbabawal na po natin yan. So thank you very much, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor, if this representation could suspend this interpellation on the bill, Mr. President.
Yes, most willingly, Mr. President. I think the minority leader has raised many good points, and I look forward to the continuation because, again, we welcome his critical and analytical abilities to make the bill better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to our minority leader, majority leader.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2593. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, some administrative matters. I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 7398, an act establishing the Southern Luzon State University, Catanawan Campus, College of Veterinary Medicine, and appropriating funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 7398. They are Senator Francis Escudero as chairperson, member Senator Grace Poe, Senator Risa Ontiveros on the part of the minority. So designated.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 64th Session, Monday, March 18, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we adjourn, may I remind our colleagues that there is a standing resolution, resolution number 21, entitled Resolution Authorizing All Regular Standing Committees, Oversight Committees, and Special Committees of the Senate to conduct hearing, meetings, and consultations during every recess of the Senate to have continuity in the process of passing pending proposed legislation and to conduct investigations on issues of national interest to aid in crafting relevant legislation. With that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, April 29, 2024. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, April 29, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President.